I
Okay, so
got it. Okay. Let me just open this up. Okay, so if we share the screen, here we go. I'm telling you, I'm getting a little
now I
better
got
with
it.
this.
Yep. So there we go. All right.
So you see the model.
Yep. Let me, I'm going to go ahead and just get the remote control request done in case I need it. You can go ahead and approve that and then we'll be good to go.
Okay, okay. So the fantasy is that within this section here, I don't know if you can see my mouse. Do you see my mouse there?
I did. Let me see. Hold on. I got something going on here. Yep. Yep. Go ahead.
Right. So if this area is coming down a foot, which I think, or 14 inches, I think it was with those calculations, this material that's on this right side, we were standing there last night. I like to take that excess, item 4 material and put it over here, like directly onto the left side.
All right.
That's like the only point of concern, Ken.
Well, I mean, you'll have somewhere you can put it, I'm sure. Whether it's there or whether it's down, down in here where we got to fill in this bit down here to raise that high part up. So,
Right. Yeah, it's not going to go to waste. And if I got to get a couple of more truckloads, then that's the end of that discussion. But
yeah,
that's
so,
kind of what we're looking at. We like to take from the right and add it towards the left.
yeah. And you've got some back here too that you got some fill to do. So,
Sure.
it's pretty well. I mean, you can't really design this thing any tighter than what we've got it because you're not a whole lot of drop. Well, I mean, you're gonna drop some of that, but I mean, you can dig that stone out and set it off to the side and dig down to your sub base and then put that back in, just lower the stone. Is another option for that as well. So you're not gonna throw that stone away, maybe.
No. We're not going to throw it away. But at the end of the day, just to kind of get more of like a little bit of like a high spot,
Yeah.
we'd like to kind of raise this up. I mean, and, all of this will be the same and it'll just kind of, you won't
Well,
even notice it.
yeah. All right, well, we'll take a look at what we got here and we'll see
Yep.
we'll see how we go about this. So what we're going to do for right now, I'm going to isolate some layers here. And I'm going to get the pad, our proposed break lines. Let me get the wall. Let me get that house break line. And I think that's all we need. Let me see if that'll do what we're looking at. Yeah. All right. So if I do, I'm going to come down here and let's see, I need to turn on one more here. I'd say I wanted to pull this.
Oh, there you go. I was looking for that yesterday. I was monkeying around a little bit.
Yeah.
I need to get my configurations from my other workstation. As I said, when I got this demo, it overwrote, my existing setup. And I do have that custom user interface file. I do have that, and I need to load that back in and kind of mimic, my other machine because I'm somewhat, I don't really use this machine. I mean, I use it for schoolwork.
Yeah.
But it's on the internet, but that's not really, this is not I mean, and this is a much better machine with a much better screen.
Right.
I just haven't made the transition over.
All righty. So, all right. So what we're going to do is, all right, so I've got this on, and so now we've really got, what we're going to do is we're going to make a surface inside all of this, and I'm going to show you right now what we got, and then we'll elevate that. But if we make this surface, I'm going to shrink wrap. Let's say bounded line work only. I'm going to select all of that. And then let me see.
Morning, John. Not bad, not bad. How about you?
Hey, listen, I just got a text. Bruno.
Don't tell me.
It's not his father. I'm good though.
What?
But, lost my brother last night. Took his life. That's the text I got.
His brother Chris?
Yes.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh,
Oh my God.
yeah,
Oh my God, John.
yeah. I just saw Chris a couple weeks ago. I have a picture. We took a picture together with his kids at Manhattan.
You were telling me about the trees. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ.
The poor father.
God. Yeah. What the fuck?
I just got calling him. Not picking up. He was a little paranoid and stuff, Chris. You know, he wasn't right.
Yeah, yeah.
He was telling me that day that his father didn't love him. All kinds of weird shit he was telling me that day.
Listen, mate.
I said, your brother's all fucked up. Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, yeah. John, I don't mean to be rude, and I don't mean to be, I don't know, you want to get together later for a beer?
I don't know if he, I got a lot going on. But
Let me give you a call later. Yeah, yeah.
all right, I just wanted to know. That's all that.
Okay, bye. Oh my God.
had some problems, I gather.
You know, one of the guys on the job, you know, we're retired firefighters, and his fucking kid's brother just fucking offed himself. He's got kids.
Oh man.
You know, I mean, this guy's like 45. You know, and I know this guy's dad. You know, he used to come by all the time, and we had a nice thing going. And you know, the place you have to be to kind of say, I'm doing this, is just got to be,
That's so tough.
you know, and you wind up with some road ragey thing on the road. And you just don't know where people's heads are at today. You know, it's
Yeah.
oh my God, I wish he never fucking called.
Wow.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so, I mean, before we do all of this, should we add that 1 foot worth of material to the left side?
No, we need to take a look at it and see, because we might have to
Okay,
make a lot of changes. So we'll tweak that in the middle.
Beautiful.
All right, so let's see now. I want to take a peek at what do I think these are crossing. Let me see. I mean, I know they're crossing, but
Well, yeah, they're crossing. I mean,
but I
that's
mean,
it.
there might if they cross at the same elevation, they're fine. But I need to.
No, I mean, we should be up above them like a couple inches, right?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at what we. Okay, so I can see where that green hits
Yeah,
right
yeah.
up there. So that looks like it's about the same elevation. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use this to trim off this. And then we'll get rid of this one here too. We'll just move it. We could take it from there up to, say, there, and there up to there should be fine. And then we'll select this and
You imagine hearing word that your son is dead? Imagine that.
no, well, I worry about it. I've got a son who's at risk for a lot of things
At risk, yes.
himself, and I worry about him every single day.
People do this every day, man. Every day they do this. You know, today it's somebody we know, and tomorrow it's somebody you don't know, and this afternoon and tonight, and they just,
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to. All right, we gotta bring. Gonna bring that. All right, so now, so what I'm doing with this is I'm just going to, I'm going to shrink wrap stuff here.
so that shrink wrapping now is going out towards the underlying contours that are frozen off. Is that why it's taking that shape?
Well, it just turned the layer on. That was the old one we had.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah, so in fact, let me. No, we won't need that anymore. All right, so what I want to do now is to shrink wrap this around everything that we're going to use. There we go. So that's going to be the boundary around, excuse me, around all of our new stuff, right?
Yeah.
And now, just with nothing else, with no little nuances and stuff involved with this, let's take a quick pass at a surface, see what we got. Where's my,
We're looking at a cube.
there
You go.
Yeah, but this thing, here it is. It's something's, there it is. That's one of the things I was looking for this. All right, now. So if I do this, we're going to write the file, and this time we're going to call this one just finish ground. And I don't need any contours on. I'm going to make sure there's no problems. We're going to use that shrink wrap that we made. Zeros, densify. We don't need to worry about that. And let's set these to. All right, we'll say okay to that. And now we're going to select our boundary. No exclusions. And then we'll just grab our data. And we got a couple of crossings in here. Let's see what we got. Ah, okay. We did. We did that pad from the pavement, and then we elevated the back of curb. So what we want to do, let's see, we're going to fix that part first. So if we erase by layer, I'll just erase the pad. And that's gonna take all of those, and now we've got curbs where we want them, except down here. We need to create the curbs here. So let's see. I also need to get rid of that because we will rebuild it. So we're going to now elevate this one. And we're going to go by 0.05 horizontally, 0.5 vertically. Select this, go this way. And we'll repeat that. And we're going to go 0.35 and 0. This one to this one. Now let's verify we've got that at 1479. That's at 1479. So that part looks good. And that took us all the way down to right in there. And let's just, for right now, break this off a little bit short. So we don't know exactly where we're going to end that part yet. So that part's fine. And then we're going to do same thing here. 0.05, 0.5 from here to here. Repeat that again. 0.35 and 0. This one to here. Now make sure that these are at the right elevation. That's 1684. Yeah, 1684 looks good. All right, let's see. Down here, we'll tweak this a little bit as well. We'll take this and bring that back to right there. And then we'll put in just a little top down deal there. So that will fix that. Now, go shrink wrap this again. Let's try that one more time. Oops. Do this. No, something's not closed up there. Okay. Right in there. There we go.
What is that line right there?
That's just a line across where I'm going to say we're going to end this flat area,
Oh, I see. Yep.
but I have to have it closed off.
Right.
And it'll function as
There's a boundary.
yeah, it'll function as a break line. All right, so now go back to our shrink wrap. There we go. Still, there's something.
Well, that line that's crossing across that driveway, that was just, we could take that out, no?
Yeah, but it'll work as a brake line, so that part would
Oh.
actually be just fine. There's somewhere it's not quite closed. All right, so let me try this and do a high reduction. Let's see if that'll do what we need. I think that'll be what we need. There we go. Now let's take this and let's just reshape a little of this here. And let's see, we want to move this guy up to here. Okay, so, and then finally this one. There we go. And looks good back there. Okay. So now, oh gosh, I can't believe I just sat here and did this. We need to add a couple more in here. All right, so we're going to come in here and put this one in here. I've got to go way back to get this. Just need a couple more. And we'll put in there. So that walks around that nicely. And then okay. So that's now the boundary of our,
The wrap.
yep, that's going to be the boundary that we're going to use for an inclusion area.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, crap. Sorry, one more thing I forgot to do. Is we need to put that pad back out. Everything's good to go there. All right, so now you have this.
So that center island, does that have curbing as well?
It will, but we,
Oh, it will. It will.
yeah,
Okay.
right now, I want to take a look at what that looks like now. So I want to I'm gonna join now this and this. Take it all the way down. That's good to go there. And then I want to do the same thing here. Let's see. I'll take this one and this one. And then up here, I was noticing this goes to here, and this is to go there. Let's see here. Actually, that I want to get rid of, and this, which is 61708. No. Take a look at those. One looks high. The one coming off the house looks to be too high. Let me take a look. Yeah, we got something going on here. Okay. So we've got those guys there. All I did, all I did right there, Pete, was I pulled those away so that then when I grabbed them and stretched them, when I found that endpoint, it would snap to that proper elevation. Okay.
And that whole front thing is 2%.
Yeah.
That whole-
Well, it's 2% climbing up this way now.
Yeah.
And let's make sure we're still falling away from the house. We're at 1695. 1663. So we got some fall across there, enough to
And
work.
that's to the top of the curb.
Yeah. All right. So let's take a real quick peek here, make sure we got all our edges buttoned up. Up there at the house. And it looks like we're good to go there. And when we build our surface, there'll be a couple of little glitches right there where we didn't close off that gap, but that'll be okay. For what we're trying to do, we're more interested, we're less interested in this.
We're kind of more interested in the final grade of the pavement.
Exactly.
Up,
Yeah. I'm not so
can-
concerned about this here.
And I can stake out the tops of the curbing. Yeah.
That's right.
All of that there is, you know what? That's all well and good.
It's 1299. That's 1299. So that's all the same. So somewhere, somewhere in there was that little gap. Let me It's that right there. So it's coming across the house face. Okay. Let's do this here. View. Yes. We call it working. I think we called it. Yep. And UCS named store working. Huh.
And what are we doing now?
I'm setting the user coordinate system back to what you had it where it was rotated.
Oh, the twist.
Yeah, I don't want to have to turn the text on to. I said it wasn't saved. All right. We'll come back to that in a minute here.
I mean, we should be able to twist this thing where this is
With the back of the house. There we go. We can do
with the
that.
back of the house. Yeah. Right.
And that's either going to be 90 or 180. There we go.
There you go. Perfect.
Now I'm gonna save that so we can restore it later. All right. Okay, so now let's set those pads. And we're gonna choose that. We're gonna choose the existing ground. We're gonna put 2-to-1 slopes on them just for safety's sake, see what everything looks like. And that's now zoomed down there. The road is out to there. We'll repeat. Whoops. And now we'll grab this back part. Okay. Now, when we shrink wrap, except I got to use the right. I think I didn't finish the pack command. There we go. Now let's fix this.
So we're doing all of this, and then when we get done, then we're going to add a foot on top of the left side of the driveway. Ken, is that what we're doing here?
We're gonna take a look at it first and
then what?
then see if we can then see where we need to add it. I mean,
It's not a matter of need, it's a matter of want, you know.
Yeah, so, but
I mean, I see what we're doing here, and then we're gonna wind up adding a foot, and then we're gonna go through this whole thing again. Is that the end game?
What do you mean go through the whole thing again? No, we're just gonna, what we have to do is take a look to see if what we have will work in terms of how our water is going to shed right now.
And then we're gonna go back and add a foot.
Well, okay, but I mean, what happens if we add a foot and you wind up having to bring in 2 truckloads of stone? Because
So
this,
what?
what
So
we're,
what? Who cares? Nobody cares here, Kenny.
okay, but what if we add a foot and that makes it a foot too high or 8 inches? I want to take a quick look at what we
Okay,
got
okay. No,
and
you
take,
know best. I'm just,
yeah, no, I mean,
I'm just thinking
yeah,
out loud here. That's
yeah,
all.
no, I don't want to get into tweaking this edge and raising it up in spots and then see, because we have to look at this thing
Okay,
to see how it works, because it might work now. So let's do our shrink wrap and see what we got. All right, now let's see, it got 2 polylines. We got to get rid of this, so that goes around, it comes in here and it, wow, why did it miss that? All right, so that's 1543. 1543, and let's take a look at yep, okay. So if we add polyline vertex, we're gonna take that one and use that. Okay, good to go. And now then this one's gonna come up to right here. That's 1460, that's good, that's 1460, that's good. There's something that's not, there's something that lets it, there's a gap in it somewhere. I was just trying to find that gap. If I did bounded line work. Try that one more time with the bounded. And if not, we may have to do it the other direction. No, that still does. There's a little hole in it somewhere that it's leaking, so I need to do this as across gaps. And then we'll tweak those edges. All right, the edges are good up there. The edges are almost good right there. We'll just take this. I want to bring that down to there. That's good, that's good. This we're gonna bring up to here. And then we're gonna take this guy down. This guy down. This guy down, and then we'll just remove those guys. That looks good. I think, let me add just one more right here. And right in there, we have Let's see. And do that part. Let's see.
And this focusing on this shrink wrap, I mean, what the,
Just so we can catch all the elevation changes that we need. So we've got that. I'm gonna bring him to here. And so now we'll put him here. That should have, I'm gonna put that back right there. There's a little miss on that line right there. Let's see this. We got 1663. 63. So this. It's good to go there. It's good to go there. And now that is where it needs to be. And we'll take this one out. Uh-oh. We'll put him back there. There we go. All right. So now we've got our boundary. We're going to check our surface, and we shouldn't have those crossings now. We'll get that. No exclusions. And then we'll select our data. We got one little vertical edge that's so small it doesn't even show up in the count, so that's fine. We'll take a peek at it, make sure that we don't have any terribly weird things going on. All right, so that right now would be what that would look like. And there's some things, once we get that island in here, this will smooth that contour out there.
all right,
But I wanted to see. So now we've got our curbs are looking good. We got curbs all the way around. What's going on there? Yep. Okay. All right, so that surface is now, if we did not have this island in here, as if we had paved everything, that would be what this would look like now. What we'll do here is we're going to lay this island down on that surface. Let's see, by surface model. When you go to that temporary paving, we're going to select this. And we will keep the existing, not add those, no update. So that's good. We'll go like that. So now that's lying on that island. or on the pavement. And then we're going to edit. Offset this. We're going to go 0.05 horizontal and 0.5 vertical. We'll select our 3D polyline. We'll go to that side. Now we'll repeat the command, but this time 0.35 horizontal and 0 vertical. Okay, so now those are set within that, and to add that to our surface, we just rebuild the surface. We select our boundary, no exclusions, and then grab our data. Take one more quick verification pass on it. And so there now is your island. And you can see it's got looks like a bit of a high spot already. So it looks like we're probably going to be in decent shape with this. And here's what I wanted to show you next. If we switch to the hydro module,
Yeah.
and we're going to do, I need to set up a couple of things here a minute. I think all we need to do is this. Let's see, runoff tracking, future ground. 3-inch rain. All right, so now, if it rains right here, that water's going to go that way. Let me see what this layer is.
So we should be able to determine what goes into the backyard and what goes into the front yard.
Yep, we'll be able
Right?
to. Yep, we'll be able to tell that. Let me set that runoff layer now. LP runoff. I'm going to make it this sort of blue. I'll give it some weight so we can see it.
And then using this model surface, it should calculate what goes forward and what goes backward.
Yep, and that's what we're gonna channel PQRS. Let's say sort this by name. Yeah, there we go. Run. Where the heck is that? There it is. I don't know, 150. Oops, I gave that. To the wrong, oops, I gave that to the wrong layer. That's why it didn't show up. So now,
Oh, I see, I see.
yeah, so let's take a look at that now. All right, so if it rains there, it's going to immediately run to the curb. It's come down here, and actually see right in here is something we need to look at.
Okay, okay.
Because it hits here and then it flows over to here, hits the bottom of the apron, and then flows back to that curb and then down to our inlet. Okay, so we need to address that at some point.
Okay.
So we're going to also, we'll check several different places this way. And now if it rains here, it'll do that, hits there and goes down, and then it still follows that same thing. So once we're not going to worry about this right here now. I'm just going to,
Yeah, why isn't that spilling away from the front of the house towards the island?
because there's apparently the triangulation that happens in here.
No,
pitches.
no, I'm talking about like right in front of the house. I
Right
thought we
here.
had that thing pitched down like 2% or something, or parallel.
You mean in here?
Directly in front of the house, like right in here. Why is it running back towards the house and then running along the gutter, along the curb?
Well, right now, because of the way this surface was built, because when we built this edge to hedge, this is too high. So that's what we're looking at here. We see, okay, this
Okay,
is going to be too high. So we're going to pull this back down so that it's more level going across here. And see, so everywhere you see that I drop a raindrop, now see right there's your break, and it's going to come down, and then it's going to jump to that side and go all the way down to there.
perfect, perfect. Okay,
Same thing if I'm in here, see everything sheds to the right
good, excellent.
once you get past this point right here. See, but on
Right,
here,
right.
it'll come down and then jump over. All right.
Good.
And so now let's we'll clear those off for a second. And we're gonna do a few more. So if I'm here, it comes back to there and then it comes back across. So this is lower than that. So we're gonna need to raise that. We already knew, well, we're gonna need to raise it right in here, but we need to lower it right in here so that it comes back or, comes down this way instead of
Uh-huh.
heading across. So this is just sort of giving us an idea of where.
Right, right. This is great.
And if I'm here, see it always, in all of these cases here, it's shedding into the island. But then it's running. So I have to be like right in here.
So that island has to come down.
Well, in spots,
In what?
in places it does. Now, if I'm here. Yeah, see the island's too high right now, then it sheds to that.
Yeah, well, we don't want it to do that. We want it to go to the left.
Right, yeah, so right in here, see here, the island's pitching this way, but in here, it's pitching this way. So right in somewhere along here is where it makes the break. There, right in there, you see?
Uh-huh.
It rains, it goes here, it rains here, and it goes here. So there's a little, there's a break in there. So we're going to take a look at that. That goes to that side, that goes, that goes, that goes. That goes like that. That goes there, and then it runs down. So that part's all good from there down. And let's see what happens down here. When it rains there, it goes down. And if it rains here, it
Right.
actually comes back to there, but that's indicating, see, looks like there's a low spot in there somewhere.
Okay.
All right, so that's everything's
There
going
you go.
there,
Perfect. Just like that.
except when we get right here. See what happens with this now is get rid of these others so we can see it again. So right here, you see it runs to there. There's a low spot right there.
Right, right.
But once we get past it, it's good. So
Nah, this is great, man.
yeah, so see, we got a little localized low spot in there. So if we look at this and we hover, there's 1542. 1538, and then 1533. So that right there is really the low spot. 1529,
25.
27. Now it starts to come back up from right in here is our low spot.
Okay,
All right, so now the reason this didn't just go straight is because it had a faster path to get to the edge and then come back. So right there is our low spot along that line. Okay, so let's get rid of these. And we see that's our low spot. So we're going to raise that part up. And if we look at that, go back to civil. And part of what's going on here, Pete, is that when this stuff splits up, it's sort of expecting it to be,
it's what?
it's sort of expecting all this stuff to be in world coordinates, and that's why it sort of goofs a little bit. So right there, that low spot is right in here.
Yeah, yeah.
So it climbs back up. Now this is exaggerated, but see, it climbs back up. There's that low spot, and then it has another little
Right, right.
slope right there. So we need to elevate that 3D polyline right in there. So to do that, then we're going to, let me get this off to the side so we can see it when we get there. We're going to elevate with our polyline elevation editor. We'll select our polyline that we're going to bring that one up, and we see that's point number, looks like 17. So 17 it was held down. So if I just release it, then what's going to happen? We go, if we're on this side, we still come down to there. Where's our low spot? Is right here. So if we release that, then that's going to be a nice even grade all the way down. Okay.
I mean, should that approach from the road going up along that right side be like 2%? I mean, we're looking at like less than 1% right now.
Climbing up the driveway.
Yeah,
No, I mean, it can be whatever grade it needs to be to get up the hill. It's the cross slope that you're worried. I mean, it needs to be at least 2%.
okay, okay.
So, all right, so now, because we raised that one, we're going to need to offset these others and then rebuild that surface real quick. So we're going to get rid of the pad. And then we're going to need to get rid of this and this. And that goes all the way up to there. Okay, so we delete those and we now go back and set our offset of 0.05, 0.5. This guy, that side. Repeat it, and this time 0.35 and 0. And then we redo our pads. We take this, go to our existing grade, 2 to 1. We go out there. And now because we raised that up, you see, it's going to have a little bit of fill in here. Now, that could also, because we raised that up, I don't know how much we raised it yet, but we'll see if we could be shedding this way. So we want to make sure we address.
Right.
And so let's see. We need to let's see, no, cancel. No. Cancel. I need to tweak something here in a minute. So we're going to get rid of this because we have our bounds have changed a little bit. And so we're going to redo our pad. Whoops, pad. And let me make sure, let's see, color size, round exterior draw, erase, calculate, they're not checked. So that should. Let's say if we calculate pad, let's say no. Then we'll turn that back on to see if that gets rid of that. All right, so pad. And we pick that back edge now. Existing ground. 2 to 1s. Okay. And then we'll.
And that's fill right there, that pad.
Correct. So we're going to use this to trim.
So for us to take a look now at that water surface, just to take a look at that elevation change we made.
Yeah.
Is that something that we could do without dicking around and trimming this pad?
Well, I want to make sure that we've got it the way we need it to be. Oh, crap, it's in the wrong spot today. It's over here. So closed, yes. All right, so that's there. That'll be all right there.
Yeah, I mean, this fiddling around with this pad over here, you know, and we're not finished with the elevation of the road.
Yeah, wait a second here. Yeah, something we still missed. Is that should be joined to that other. Okay, so if I may have 2 going on in here. Let's see. No, just the 1. All right. So if we join this to this, there's something's amiss in here. We got to look and see what's going on. And it may not be.
I mean, why, until the surface of the pavement is settled,
Yeah,
why are we dicking around with the fucking curbs?
because that's going to be where we do our cut and fill from. And that's 1/2 foot higher than the pavement. And so that's going to be going out here to the edges, and that's.
Yeah, but until we finalize the surface of the asphalt.
All right. Oops. Why doesn't that? Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out, is why this didn't join. So that's at 1634. To 1634. So this is slightly off that endpoint. So we just put it back exactly on the endpoint. And now when we do these, it ought to join. There it is.
Perfect.
And we've got that at still at 1634. Okie doke. Now. Shrink wrap this.
So what we're trying to do now is we're gonna do that water routine again and see if we've alleviated that low spot. Or you need to create another surface,
Yeah, we're gonna,
right? Is that what we're doing now? We're looking to develop another surface?
yeah, we gotta build that pavement surface again. So let me, there's something.
Yeah, I would take those curves out of there. You know, let's just focus on the pavement. And once that's been finalized, you know,
All right, yeah, it's off on the other side. It won't hurt it on this side. Since it's there already, we'll take it out later.
yeah,
Because if we're gonna do it.
right.
Alrighty, and then
I mean, even this shrink wrapping at this point, even this shrink wrapping,
Well,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
What?
if you don't shrink wrap this stuff, you're gonna wind up with it having some invalid triangles in there, and I don't want to chase triangles on that.
Oh, yes.
So I'm just gonna get this out of here, and then I'm gonna,
Right, I forgot about the triangles, man.
because that's where they're gonna form.
Right.
All right, we'll let that go there. We'll put that right there and let that go. And up here, we've got to. All right, now. Build our surface again. Just make sure we didn't put any goofs in it. It's fairly good. And now back to hydro and check our water down there below. So let's see, we were looking down here. If we hit here, it's gonna. Now let's see, that runs down there, so we'll need to fix that. So we pitched, see, when we brought that up.
Well, when you brought that up, we should have went across, you know, at
see,
plus
we've got
2%.
Yeah, see, what we've got now is we're pitching over to here.
Right, that's what we don't want.
And everything. So that comes, so it's right in here where this gets too high, this needs to raise. Okay,
Right.
right in there.
I mean, this whole approach in from the road, I mean, this thing, you know, right now it's like less than 1%.
1% where, what?
Like right in here, isn't this like less than 1% in there rising?
Show me again. Where?
This? What is this slope in here?
Well, let's take a look. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Well, first of all, I'm gonna need to put this guy in the back. Now let's go to our drawing inspector. Let's take a look at what we're doing. Polyline data. Okay, so that's oh shoot, we're gonna have to need to erase that. We'll bring it back in a minute. All right, so now coming up here,
What percentage of slope is that?
why we got a 2D in there? That says a 3D polyline.
I mean, when we did that 3D polyline editor, right, that was giving us,
Yeah, but it's not reading the 3D polyline. Let's see, that is a 3D polyline. Okay.
like if we go to that editor,
Yeah, see this, that's what I want to see is that slope along there.
right, right,
It's reading it as if it's a 2D. It says from the right driveway center line.
right, right.
So that's not the polyline that I want. Let's. Well, let's not use that part. Let's just use the editor here. We'll go back to civil. All right, so now down in
So that's point number
here,
65.
that's down here. That's like, 0.9% rise.
You can't raise that up a little bit?
Well, we can. That's going to pitch this up higher than it is.
Well, so long the water flows, it seems like it's really starting to flatten. Well,
Yeah.
listen, at the end of the day, so long
Well-
all the water gets pushed into the catch basin,
See,
and
here's
that's what,
yeah. See, here's what we're doing. If you want to raise this up steeper here,
yeah,
you gotta raise this side up even steeper than that, and then now you're going to have to fill a lot over here. So if we see, this is relatively flat, but it still flows downhill
okay.
from this point down to this point. It's like 0.9%. And that's this leg
Because
down.
I can see from number 39, right? All of a sudden from 39,
Well,
you know-
39 is up here.
right? So all of a sudden, this thing jumps from like 3% down to 1. Can't we kind of taper that down a little bit?
Well, see, that's right here.
That transition?
Look in this profile right down here below my numbers.
Yeah, yeah.
See, there's where
Yep.
that 39 ends, and then there's where it goes.
Well, we got to put a vertical curve or something in
There's
there.
29, 28, 28, 28, and then it goes to right. At that point, then it goes down to that
Well,
near
we could
slope down.
introduce a vertical curve in there.
Well, let's see, we could take.
I mean,
that-
it's
now
it's
that's
coming
down-
down to 3% and basically creating an angle point, and then from there it transitions.
Yeah, we
You
could,
know,
we could
we
put
got
a
to
curve.
smooth.
Yeah, we could put a curve.
We got to
vertical.
smoothen that out.
Yeah,
Either start further up the road,
so if we come
and then if we continue,
here, now watch, if I set that point and lock it. I'm gonna lock that point.
I mean, if we continue up, I can see that it's going up to like, where is that high spot on the right side?
Now I'm gonna set that point and lock that point and then unlock this point. So see, now it's gonna smooth that out. See that?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so, but now because we've done that and we're here, that's this point right in here, then if we look down, say, in here, we've got an elevation of 15.7, and that's this point right there. All right, so if I then switch to this pavement edge, and let's see, where are we starting? What's the direction of that? It's 0.1, so let's reverse. So see, now it comes down, it comes up and then it comes down, then it goes really flat right in here. So that's where we need to straighten that part out. So that point's there and it's just barely coming up here to 0.3 until it gets up to this point. So it's 3.8 here down to there.
Right. You
So
know, that's
what we
like,
need to- So what
yeah,
we need
all
to
right.
do is we'll go back up here to say this
So
point.
Ken,
Yeah,
let us introduce this 1 foot rise in here. You know, let's just kind of get rid of all of this curbing right now, because you know what? Until the surface is finalized, all this curbing is well and good, you know, but until this pavement line is established, you know,
okay.
if this is the high point, right? Can't this be like some smooth transition from here all the way down to here, some consistent slope?
Yeah,
And then
that's
we're basically gonna then just come across whatever that magic offset number is, that 12%, you know, for that 12-foot wide, 2% down on the other side. And then at some point over here, I guess, transition into this existing curbing over here,
yeah. That
right?
Pete, that's exactly what we've been doing. And then we
Well,
saw,
because I'm looking at these numbers over here, this thing jumps from 3.6, 3.8, and all of a sudden it's like, you know, 3/10.
all right, you remember yesterday when we set this up and we did that vertical curve stuff in there. Now, keep in mind, your visual over there is highly exaggerated. So,
No,
but
no, but
still,
I'm looking at the slopes, you know,
I
I'm looking
know,
at this table
I understand 3.5% to
to like 0.3%.
okay. But if you've ever, I mean, you've walked across pavement with that kind of change in it, I guarantee you, in a parking lot. That's not a huge amount of slope change, but still, we'll fix it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it would
So
seem to
what we're
me,
doing, so this is being the iterative process. We did all that with the curves, with the profile. We got all that stuff set. We were good to go with that, but then we saw that we were going to have to lower that down to keep from yanking this neighbor's driveway straight up in the air. So that's why that point, which is the one I'm sitting on right now, right in here, we used that to be able to get a smooth transition down to this point here. Okay, so now it's too low.
well, then maybe we should just
So,
move that point number 32 up, you know?
well, that's exactly what we're going to do here. So
Okay,
we're gonna,
okay.
instead of going from, you know, these are all
It's just that my biggest fear, you know, at the end of the day, we're gonna be sitting here tonight, you know, at 10 o'clock. And
I know people, but
I get it, I get it. I'm
doing
unfamiliar with this. I mean,
well,
I've done these things by hand, you know,
well, all right, I mean,
I understand.
I'll be glad to do whatever you want to do with it, but I'm telling you, we're going to be doing this stuff over, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth over and over again until because we got all these constraints
Okay,
going back and forth to them. So,
you
so,
know best, Kenny. I'm just
Yeah.
looking at it from a layman's point of view.
well, but so we're going to go up in here and then sort of take that out of there. Now that's going to raise this point up a little. Well, that's okay. And then that's going to give you your 1 foot rise.
Yeah,
that we're concerned about. So that's why I didn't want to try to put that 1 foot in up here necessarily, because then we got to go back and redo all of this profile stuff. So we did the initial profile. Now we're going to tweak this stuff so that it looks decent enough to build this as a surface. So right now we got this problem. So if I'm going to go up here, I'm going to leave 31 checked, and I'm going to come down here to say,
I mean, the
right.
first thing I would do is add this other foot in elevation up on top,
Okay.
you
So,
know,
so when we go up here, then
right?
that's gonna be this point right here. You want to add a foot up there. All right, so now we gotta see, we gotta address it from all the way from down here up to raise that a foot. And then spread that thing in there. So that's what I'm telling you is if you go, if you know, if you want to focus on raising this a foot, we can, but we've got all of these other adjustments we have to go back and make anyway.
I just don't want you to forget about the foot, and I don't want to go through all of this
all
and
right,
then all of a sudden say, okay, now let's raise that a foot. That's
all
all.
right, all right. Well, we'll
You
do,
know best,
no, we'll do that.
you know, you
Let's
know
get
best,
here.
Kenny.
I'm
And
gonna
like I say, I'm just kind of looking at this from a layperson's point of view. I know I've sat here with the CAD machine and I've dicked and fucked around with like 1/8 of an inch at times, which it's hard to bill my clients, you know,
yeah.
with kind of that approach. And
Well, I mean, what's the alternative, Pete? If you can do it that way, or you can,
you know, that there are a couple of fixed points, you know, and we're trying to work around that. And
so that's what we've got. We've got some fixed points up to here. Now
right, right.
We got, there's our pavement edge there, and we are fixed across here, and that gives us that 2%.
Right. That's
Fixed down
perfect.
here.
No, that's
right?
perfect. You know, down on the bottom, that's all fine and dandy.
Now, I'm gonna get rid of that thing for now. That was just to set that initial 2%. All right, so let's get rid of, I'm gonna get rid of all these curb lines so that that's not causing heartburn anymore. Let's get rid of that. And
Right. I mean, once that pavement is established, then you could just connect all of these lines, right? You offset them vertically, you offset them horizontally.
Yep. Well, you know, we built them because we wanted to see.
No, I get it. I do, Ken. I do. My biggest fear is that, you know, come the end of the day, this is going to tail in. Not that I don't enjoy this. That's not it. You know, if I could spend the rest of my life doing this, I would do that. You know, that's why I took that Civil 3D class specifically for this.
All right, so let's join.
I mean, it seems that that bottom pad is done, right?
Yeah, let me see. We got 1429. 1429. We got to join that up exactly there. And so we're going to take that, and that goes around to there. We're going to take that, join all those together. All right, so there's going to be that edge. There's that edge. Make sure there's nothing sitting underneath it. No, there's only one thing there. Only one thing there. All right. So we are going to next back to civil. I'm going to draw the center line. Left driveway. And right driveway. No, we don't. Why is that on? there, let me. I don't see your file menu. It must be on the other screen or something. All right.
I mean, that point is fixed there at that corner.
And that did not do, let's see, now we're gonna bring this cross over to here, there, now. That's our alignment there. We had a little bit of missing there. Okay, so that's our center line. Now, if we design road profile, the left driveway, let's see so it's right in here. You want to raise it up a foot. So that point's fixed there. So right in here, you want to raise it a foot. You see what the marker is on the plan view? Pete? Pete, you still there? I can't hear you. I don't know if you're muted or no, doesn't look like it.
Still there?
Yeah, I couldn't hear.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, I thought you.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I couldn't hear you. I don't know if it was that my computer answers the phone sometimes, but I told it
Oh,
to
I see.
ignore it. I
Yeah.
wonder if that stuck us off. All right, so now you see the little triangle over here in the plan view.
Yeah.
So it's right in here. You want to raise it a foot or where?
Kind of. Yep. I mean, I would say like, pretty much like opposite. On the right side, from what I saw with that profile, that we were coming down a foot. Is that correct?
Well, we're gonna redo it now to match what we got here, but
So what I'm saying is on the right side,
yeah,
with the present grading, at some point we're going down. I think it was like 1.4, 1.114. Could we take a look exactly at that right side profile for that? And this is the entire, right.
okay,
So if we go to that editor, that 3D editor that tells you the cuts and the fills and that sort of, oh, here is the depth.
yeah.
So here we are, 1.14.
Now
right?
keep in mind that 1.14 is to the PI. If you, I'm going to put the crosshairs right near there, and you read this depth up here at the top line.
Yeah.
That's the depth to the pavement. So 1.12. But the reason was because right in here, you see, we're coming up at 2% off of that.
That's fine. Okay.
Right there. Okay.
So then heading out towards the road, opposite that island, is going to be the high spot.
And that is
Where is
right,
that high spot? Right
that's
there, right there.
there, yeah,
How far down below existing grade are we from there?
6 inches.
6 inches. So directly opposite that point right there, can we transition over towards the left side and put the high spot there?
Yep, so we look at that point right there. And its elevation is 618.9. All right, so we are, let me get the page going here. So 618.9 at that spot. All right. So we come back to this one on the left. And we're going to go right in.
Right about there-ish. Back
There.
a little bit, back towards the road, like right about in there.
All right, so right there, we are at 617.2. So we need to raise that right there, and that's at station 73, 0 plus 73. And we need to bring that up to at least 618.9 or maybe even just a skosh higher. So right now it's at 617.2. So if you want that to be higher than across the other side,
Doesn't have to be higher. It just has to be 1 foot above the existing grade today.
all right, so let's see what we got here. Station 73. Let's. Oops, remove that. I'm gonna sit here. Here now. All right, so it's station 73. Let's call it 618. So that puts that here. And if we put a vertical curve there, let's go over to this one.
And that would be the high point. From that point towards the garage going back, the water would spill, and everything from there forward, the water would go out to that catch basin. That's kind of like splitting the driveway half and half. No?
Yeah, now see, when we get down here, see, right now on the original, we had that low spot right there to meet her driveway edge, and then it went up in our design to that end. And that's when we started to edit that 3D polyline that we drew. So let's resolve this part now. We're going to come in here and we're going to put in a, let's try a 75-foot vertical curve. It's going to look like that. We
And that
are,
high spot now, where in so that's the high spot right there where that triangle is
yeah,
on that plan view.
yeah, but we need to make this PI like that. So now when we're here,
That right there should be the high spot.
and
You
that
see where
right
your
there
triangle
is,
is?
and it's, yeah, and it's at 618.1. The other side across from it was 618.9.
Perfect.
That's all right. So now, so you're gonna put some fill in there, and
That's
then
fine.
and then it's gonna come down to right in there and actually out to the end.
So that's fixed. So at that point, that low little pocket that you have there, what is that station, like 235? What is that?
This
What
one
is that?
right there.
Well, we're gonna have to raise that thing up, no?
Yeah,
I mean, we got to get it above, you know.
in fact, let's just take it out. So now it's just going to come up, crest, and come down constant to where it ends, and then we'll adjust it down here and see what that elevation needs to be down there. In fact,
So that elevation now on her piece of property,
Yeah, that is.
right?
Right,
Passing over that piece of pavement, we should be like 3, 4, 5 inches above that. Is that right?
yeah, so we're like at 615 right there. But we're gonna be a little higher because we got to pitch down to here, which is at 614.6.
I mean, if we came from that catch basin and went up to that intersection point, 2%. Right? I mean, what is the slope from there to the to the proposed pavement edge?
All right, so if I go there at a 2% climb. Okay, so that puts this line at, that would need to be at 614.95. And right now it is at 615. So that's about what we want.
Perfect, perfect.
All right, so we don't need to adjust that. So that
Good,
needs
good.
to- So
So
our
if
profile needs to end.
so
at
if that so that end of the driveway is fixed,
Yep, but now we got to go back. See, this profile that we've been editing is, this is the left profile. When we get to that
that's fixed.
point out there, that elevation, let's see, let's get out to that. When it takes me off the existing grade, so
Right.
right in there,
So-
that last elevation needs to be at 615. You see, we're pretty much
Perfect, perfect.
on that. And so it's going to, so here's our high spot raised up a foot. Now it's going to be,
So from there we could, so what slope percentage is that right there?
1.94, so just under 2%
And where do you see that?
up here at this blue line.
Oh, that blue line. Oh.
Yeah. Now
So,
you can barely see, the crosshairs are dark blue against the
yeah,
black.
no, I
I
I
can't
see it, I
change
see
that.
it. So if we came down at that particular grade, right, at that 2%,
Yeah,
we are now above the existing pave, above the existing surf, above the existing conditions, how much?
uh, foot and a half.
1.5 feet high?
Yeah,
So if we came down from that vertical curve, let's say, I mean, if we came down, what is this over here? That over, oh, that's coming up out of the driveway at 6%. If we came down here like 3% and then had some kind of a vertical curve in here to kind of more hug the existing. More
yeah,
the, exi-
yeah, that's what we have, but that puts in a bowl. That puts in that low spot.
well, if we come off of that fixed, if we come off of their driveway, like the two, oh, I see.
Yeah, no, we could do something like this if we. Let's just make a short one here. See, we could do something like this, as long as we keep things positive.
There you go. Just like that, dude. Yeah,
And then, so now that closing bit is like it just 0.5% slope.
but at that 0.5%, everything is going to be pitched towards
It's
the
still-
right.
Yeah, that's correct. Well, yeah, we'll have to make sure that it is. All right, so that's now,
So if that's now fixed, that
Yeah.
looks good, right? And we're hugging along the existing we're running along the existing grade.
yep, as best we can here, and we're high here where we raise it up. That's
Well, we
all
got to
by,
raise that up, and that's fine, that's fine.
that's all by intent. So now let me, we'll save that.
So this left edge now is now fixed.
Yeah, let me,
Yeah.
I'm concerned a little bit why that. Let's see where that center line, does it draw correctly? Yep, it ends right there.
Perfect. So
Okay,
that left edge is fixed.
yeah, so that left edge is fixed and we can then draw.
So now we just got to offset that thing to 12 feet. Going
Well,
up that,
all right, so I'm gonna draw
and
the,
12 foot times the 2% is 3 inches. So now that whole 12-foot length has got to be down 3 inches from that left edge.
you're talking about this part over here?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, now see, this is. I'm gonna get rid of that 2D line for a minute. All right, so this part is set. Let me double check this end.
Yeah.
Make sure that that's at 615, at 615.14.
I'll be back in 1 second.
Hey, Pete,
Yeah,
go ahead and take about 5 minutes. I need to run myself.
absolutely, absolutely.
All right, I'll pause the recording. We'll be back.
Okay, okay, bye.
Recording. All right, so now,
So Kenny, one last thing. Maybe I don't know how this thing hugs. This slope that's coming up from that fixed point, right?
yeah,
Could we take a look at that profile again, that with that vertical curve? And that was this, and that was the so that slope that's coming up from the neighbor's driveway is what? Right before that vertical curve.
right in
Yeah,
here.
yeah, that. What slope is that?
0.44. Look again, look up here at this top line.
I mean, if we made that like a 1% rise, Kenny, is that something that we could do?
Sure. If we made that 1%, then that's gonna push this up.
And then maybe had like a more of a, if we made that like a 1%,
See,
and then in,
Yeah, we're 2.5 coming down to it, and then we flatten out at 1. Or 0.4 rather.
so if we made that 1 and then increase the radius of that vertical curve to kind of then get us more in line with the existing pavement. With the existing grade today.
To at this point,
Yeah, we can make that vertical curve bigger.
yeah, but if you bring that vertical curve down to here, you're gonna start pulling this negative, and you can get a bowl.
Well, what we want to do is we want to have, instead of this we want to be +1.
All right.
Well, up from there. So then that would be like a -1% then, coming
Right.
in from that vertical curve.
Right, so if you made that -1, now that's gonna change its elevation.
And then if we increase the size of that next step, that vertical curve up to like 100 or something.
Well, that's the length of it. Okay, that's the between where it starts and where it stops. You're not setting a radius, you're not setting the amount of curvature, you're setting a length. That's a parabola, remember?
So then off of that high spot, then that slope is that's like 6.5. Oh,
No,
no. Okay,
2.5.
okay.
It's 2.5.
Oh, it's 2.5. So if we made that 3 to kind of get more in line with our existing grade,
Well. I
how's
can
that?
do that, except now when I'm out here, I'm I've got a bit of a bowl right there, but and if I put this elevation back 615, then on that, from that point right there, which is that 3%, we come down 3%, we hit that marker right there.
So the existing grade of the driveway today, that looks like it's running parallel with that 3% slope, right?
Yeah,
So maybe we need to move that high point towards the road, right? I mean, like this high point is here. Can't we like move this over like maybe 10, 15 feet?
yeah, I mean, you can do, well, probably, let me come back into this, because
Yeah.
it screws the vertical up. Let's go back to that left. Okay, now, let me set this up
So,
fit. Let me set this to a, say a 5 time. See what 10 does. That's good. All right, so now if we,
so that slope
Right
that's
there.
coming, down off of that vertical curve is minus, could we make that like -3
yeah. And if we did
to
that,
kind of run more in line with the existing? Okay, so now we're gonna have to move this high spot over to kind of fall where that 3% then falls on top of that red line. Something like that,
okay,
right?
yeah. So now we're coming up at a 4.4% from the house,
Yeah, yeah,
crossing over, and we're at that point. We are,
right? That
Yeah.
elevation, that PI elevation is still the same. That's 618.
yeah, but now you're not a foot above the ground like you wanted to do earlier. You're only 6/10 above the ground.
Oh, 6/10 above the ground.
Yeah. And so then you're coming down 3.5%, coming down that existing thing, and then you get down to here. Now, if we go, see, we still have to hit this at 615.
All right, so
Right.
if
So
we
does
want,
that
so
make-
we want that high spot to be up. And that and why is that high spot changed? Oh, because we've changed.
We wanted to lay it down on the ground down here.
So maybe that's what we need to do. We need to identify that laying it down on the ground first and then introduce whatever vertical curve that would be to accommodate that 1 foot above.
Yeah, now remember, when you lay this, what the line we're editing, when we lay this down on the ground, you're gonna have a curb around it, so the back of the curb is gonna be 1/2 foot above that.
Okay,
So if you want this to match the ground at the back of the curb line, you need to set this line to be about 1/2 foot below the ground.
okay,
Follow me?
right?
Okay, so is that what you want to do with it, or,
That's fine like that.
okay?
We're
so
talking about a couple of shovels full of dirt behind the curb line, Ken.
I know, but I
That's all
mean,
we're talking about.
I know, but you wanted to bring this foot up over here, and you know, whatever you're, I want to make sure that we're going to do what you're wanting to do with it. So that's going to be 1 foot above the ground, or not a foot, but just 1/2 foot above. See when I'm right there? Yeah, 1/2 foot above. The back of the curb is going to be about 1 foot above the ground, right in there. So
That's
that
fine.
part will work. Okay.
That's fine, that's fine.
So now we're even with the ground here. So we're going to have
We're
a little,
even with the ground there.
to have a little bit of fill just to tie the back of the curb back down.
That's fine, that's fine. And
Then we're going to
that's
get
at a,
down.
and that's at a 3.5% pitch.
That is at 3.5. Yeah.
All
And
right.
then we're gonna get to this low point right here.
So then that, all right, so if we're running along the ground there and we got our high spot is correct?
Yeah. High spot's good. Now we need to We need to raise this guy up a little bit.
So at that point where that little green arrow is, if we came up, I don't know, like 1%. If we took that curve out of there right now, let's just take, is that possible that we could just delete that curve out
Yeah,
of
but
there?
yeah, you can, but when you do that, it's going to go from here straight down to here.
Oh, I see, I see.
Yeah, so, but now what
Oh,
we
it
do-
wouldn't just, I mean, if we just took that curve out, it wouldn't keep,
see what I'm doing here?
yeah. Perfect,
I
perfect.
can raise that so I can get that to where now,
Oh, so now all of a sudden
So
that
now
section is
this-
15.
yeah, and this bottom, see, we're holding that 615 at the end. And right in here, we're damn near flat. We're at
We got to make that a 1%, a 1.
well, remember, we're pitching it all to the right edge. So
No,
even,
no, I get it, I get it. All right, no, you're right, we are.
so if you make that, that's what do we got in there now? We're still
Oh,
at,
perfect, okay, that's good.
well, but the slope is like 0.5%, not 1.
Oh, that's fine, right?
Yeah, and so so now you're sort of in,
Oh, so now, so if we were to move that high spot further towards the left, how's that? Oh, dude,
we could do that. And now though, right there where that high spot is, you are just like 4/10 above the ground, which is,
oh, 4/10 above the ground. Is that possible to raise that? Another 6/10?
well, yeah, I mean, you can raise it however much we need to raise it. See if we raised it up.
Let's do that.
See if I can get it to quit bouncing on me here. Let me open this up a little bit. I need to
All
see
right.
bigger. So if I pull that up. So once it gets there now, let me. Yeah, that's a problem with this thing. It gets real touchy when it gets.
No, I get it, I get it.
All right, so now right there where we are. Yeah, we're like 3/4 of a foot out of the ground right there. And that is
So we're pretty much running along. We got that minus 2.33% slope that's pretty much running along the existing ground.
yep.
And we're coming up from Tapses. We got that little bit of a vertical curve.
Yeah, now if we pull this back.
There you go. That's even better, man. Look at that.
Now we're
Oh,
matched
you the man,
here,
you the man.
and we're now our slope coming down to the end is,
But as you say, it's going to be pitched right.
yeah, okay.
Perfect, Kenny, perfect.
All right, so let's give that a whirl.
And then where's that? Okay, and then we got that 1 foot above and coming up is 6%, but that 6% is coming up
Right now,
from that,
yeah,
from that
6%
garage area.
from the garage area. And now if I cross in there, I'm sitting right at the high spot
Done.
and down there, and we're still positive draining down to the end. All right,
And what kind of a fill are we talking about at this very end over here, Kenny? What is this fill?
over there,
Yeah,
looks like a foot.
a foot, no problem.
All right.
Perfect. All right, let's lock that in place.
All right, so that's now saved and done. I'm going to,
Yeah, this is what I imagined this software to do. You could sit there and dick around like that, you know, pretty amazing.
yeah. All right, so this guy.
So
need to
the next
recreate-
question is, I know that we have this point over here directly opposite that wall fixed.
Wait, where? Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
right? That's
yeah.
fixed. I
Yeah.
mean, this transition between here and here
Yep.
Could we like put like a vertical curve in there, kind of like heading down,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
what do you advise?
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't make it abrupt. I would,
No, no, not abrupt, but just the top of the curve being nice, gently, you know.
yep.
I
Yeah.
mean, if that works.
Yeah, yeah. So, but what I need to do now is, let's see, I need to draw that center line back so I can see where it breaks.
Yeah.
West or left, rather. All right, so right in there.
So I mean, if you attach those two, there must be some way to kind of lock that elevation into place.
Yep. Well,
Right?
right now it is locked. You see where we had that original one was,
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
what is that, 1429?
Yeah. Yeah.
And hopefully we see that we start on 1429. You make sure, yeah, 1429 right there. Okay.
Right.
So we're tied to that point. Now, this 3D line.
Right. Transitioning from that.
Yeah, so I need to now trim this off.
Right.
Because that's right there where that started.
That point needs to be locked. Yeah. Yeah. That's fixed.
Now, this is what we need to set. And right now, because we pitched into that drive, into the corner of the house, we need to drop this corner down a bit. Okay, so we need to go from this into
Yeah.
that and make all that smooth. Now, this is going to be, see, these back corners here are pretty good.
Those are locked in. Yeah.
Well, they are until we bring this edge down to stay away from the house. Then we're going to need to bring this corner down with it too.
Okay. Okay.
So let me draw the edge of the roadway that we just set with our profile. So now there's that. That comes down, ends right there. That's all good. Except I need to double check that right there. See, it's 6:15:12. This is 6:15:13. So technically I would drop this guy down just to make it no error. So now it's 6:15 exactly. All right, so that part's
And
good.
that's 1 foot above that catch basin. Oh no, it's 5 inches above the catch basin. Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, whatever. What is that? 6:14?
Right, that catch basin was 6:14.6 or something.
Yeah. So
Yep. Yep.
so 4/10 of a foot. Yeah. So
Yeah.
all right. So now let's work on this, but we want to get this to shed this way. So I'm going to take a peek at. All right. So that slope there is only like 1.3
Looks good.
coming down from the house.
Right.
And then if we check the slope going across from here to say, well, let's just go straight across there. And we look at that slope and see that's where it rises up 1.25% from the house.
Well, we got to get that lower.
That's right. So that's the part we need to make lower.
Right.
So what I
Right.
wanna do
Right.
is I want to take this, let's see what it looks like to this corner.
What is that?
And that is just barely negative. So we want to make that,
We want to make that like 1.5 or something, right?
yeah, in fact, let's take this guy. Let's go ahead and pitch it at 2% across. Okay. So we're going to take this to, we'll edit that. And right now you see the slopes is 1.03. So if we make that,
I mean, if we made that like 1.5, was we kind of got a catch basin in there already, and I'm afraid that I may have been, I I kind of anticipated down below like 1.25% pitch, which I think is a little too shallow, right?
Yeah, it might be. So here's what I'm gonna do. Right now I've set this line 2% off the house,
Yeah, yeah.
and I'm gonna go to, well, wherever that catch basin is, right in there, let's say.
That's fine. That's fine right there.
Let's also put that at a 2% and see what we got.
Good, good. That's excellent,
So we
man.
got this thing at 1157, and this is at 1240. So we need to drop that corner about a foot. If we get, 2% and 2%, we may not need to make it quite so much.
Right.
If we make this,
Yeah, we've kind of got, I hate to even admit it, but we kind of got that catch basin. That's kind of like a fixed. What the hell is that damn thing?
all right, let me turn it on.
What is Joe? Hey, morning, Joe.
Hey, how are you?
Goody goody.
Okay, are you out in the field today? Or you
No, no, no. I'm sitting here. I got like a Zoom thing going on. Need to walk the dog?
Yeah, if you when you get tired, you just gonna take a break. The
Sure,
back door's
sure.
unlocked. I'm sure
No,
she's
she's
got her
sitting there.
window open above your head there. I'm sure she's peeking out.
She's sitting there with her nose up against the window screen, Joe. I could see her. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right, brother.
Appreciate that, Peter. Thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
It's construction. Well, let's.
Yeah, I would hate to. Let me give you like a fixed elevation on top of that catch basin if while we're doing this, just so we got something to work with.
Yeah, yep.
I know everybody was screaming, we gotta do something, we kind of put that pipe in the ground. I get it. Everybody's fucking howling. And you gotta say, okay, we're gonna go with this.
All right, so I'm gonna put that on a layer that we're working with here. Oops, this is not what I want to do. But then I want to set that in my property. Oops. Oh, come on. Select that. Now, there we go. And then we'll turn off. Proposed construction. All right, so. Yeah, give me you say you got an elevation on that already?
I do. I just gotta find that piece of paperwork. I got.
Right.
I got
Right now, I've
paper all
got,
over the place here.
yeah, for now, I've got 612.25.
Let's see. I mean, if we gotta cut that box, then, then it's just that, then it has to be done, so. I would like to avoid doing that and save myself a little embarrassment, but
Yeah. Well, we can see what we can do, because right now, this corner is at 612.40. I've got the catch basin at 612.25. All right, so if that's the case, let's see.
I mean, if we didn't put that number down, if you thought out all those layers, there is no elevation on that catch basin, is there?
There was a label, I think, if I turn all these back on. No,
No?
I don't know where I got that from. It's just what it's sitting at is at 612.25. That doesn't mean that's anything. So that, I don't know where that came from.
Right, right.
We could have just eyeball guessed it, you know, when we were first starting. So if you've got any paper on it, or if you know anything about it. Oh, wait, did I see any points in there? If I thought. Let's see, I got 612.5, 612.7, 611.76 down there.
I tell you what, we set it at. We set it at 1. Right off that garage, right off the middle of that garage floor. That
Yeah.
finished elevation. I don't know what that distance is from the center of that garage
Where'd you take it from, like here?
here. Is this,
All right.
oh yeah,
So if
like
we do,
58 feet or something?
well, let's just see what we got. We go from here. Whoops, let me change that to midpoint. And that's 612.99 at that apron, remember? It's
Right.
6:35.
So if we, and what is that magic number there?
Now that, keeping that at 612.25, that put that slope at 1.5, 1.47.
And what is that horizontal distance? $50 feet flat?
Yeah, 50.2.
All right, so from there, and that was at 612.99, and we went 50 feet. We went 50 feet and we went, right. I think we got that catch basin set at like 612. And then we got like another couple inches worth of play. 612.20.
Yeah, so I've got it at 612.25. So somewhere that number came from.
No, because that's like where that box is.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that number 612.25 came from something.
Yeah, no, that's where it came from.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it came from your calculation there. So 612.25 is the existing
Is the existing grate.
elevation of that grate. Okay. So that
Yeah.
means, all right, so we've got this corner sitting at 612.40. So if we drop that down to say just a tenth, 612.30, it'll still get into that box
Right.
in that corner. And then we gotta make sure that we've got these cross slopes that this line doesn't pitch into there. So we're gonna probably have to keep it, you know,
My man, yeah.
from this elevation down, we're gonna have to keep this high in relation to that.
Yep.
Okay. So if we take a look at that. Polyline. Starting at, there's the house, there's the apron. There's that. I'm going to set that to 3. And now here's where I'm going to uncheck that it's at 612.75 right now. Oh, that raises it up there. That's well, let me see if we put that back to 1275. And that means coming into that point is 1.5%. And then it climbs up 1.5%. And then it goes from there all the way to the end Let's uncheck that one. So that drops 3.6% down to there. And then it goes. All right, so this is, so coming down the driveway till we get even with the house is here. Then it flattens out a little bit to here. No, that's the grate. That's the elevation of the grate. So this point, we want to make a little lower than it is because right now it's pitching up into the house. So if we make that lower, but not lower than the point at the grade. So that needs to be like 612 and a half. Now that's going to make these linear slopes fairly flat, but still negative, and it will make the flow across here
Good.
so happen instead of pitching it back into the house. Okay, so if we do that, and now this, then
I mean, you could also lower that back corner just the same height as that catch basin. I mean, that catch basin's only like 6 inches, you know, off.
yeah. Well, I dropped it down to just 500ths above, so it's essentially.
Oh, 500 is beautiful. Okay.
Yeah, and so now, oh, see, it still climbs up. If we go across here, that's still, this point is still higher than that point. So I need to get down quicker. Let's see here.
I mean, it might be higher by how much?
Well, right now it pitches toward the house at a, oh, wait a minute.
Oh, 0.6.
Hang on. I may have the direction backwards. Let me show the polyline direction.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, it might momentarily do that.
Well, that, from that corner up to that edge of the driveway is, it's pitching toward the house at 0.6%, so that can't be.
So what if we made that like level?
Well, we could.
Yeah. Right? And then
Yep.
listen, at the end of the day, if we got to lower that catch basin a half a foot, you know, to kind of accomplish what we're trying to do here, you know, that's going to take like, you know, it'll take like a half a day, but then it'll be done. So
All right, so now
we got to dig it up anyway to put another
Line-
piece of
this
pipe in there.
line's dead flat, and this elevation is 1299, of course. And so to set the driveway edge to that elevation,
I mean, should it be like 2 inches lower, Ken? Honestly,
yeah, maybe.
you know, at the end of the day,
All right, so I'm going to set that instead of 1299. If I set that to, let's say 612, let's call it 75.
yeah,
And
Yeah.
then I can even uncheck that. That doesn't even need to be controlled.
right.
It's going to come down to there, and then it's going to, when it hits here.
And then we'd have like almost like a half a foot drop,
Yep. So now you
right?
see where this red marker is in the little profile view, that's the grate.
Perfect.
That's where
Yeah,
it is
man.
there. And
That's
then
the way.
up-
That's the way.
Then up here is the house. Sorry, no, not the house, but I reversed it. That's up here at the, where we tied to that 614.
And that's already, and that's fixed. Yeah, yeah.
And so then we come down at a 5 3/4%.
And then the thing jumps and
to
we're, and this,
here, to right here.
Yeah,
And it sort of goes on a more gentle, goes from here down this way at a 1% slope down to the grate.
and that's a 1% from that point, from point number 18. Oh, from 18 all the way to the
18
catch
into the-
basin.
Yeah,
I see.
that goes to the catch basin right there. And then it comes back to the house at 1.5%. And then the apron at the 2%.
So from that point number 18, that's 18.
Yeah,
From there, it makes that abrupt slope change.
yeah, but that's like your driveway coming into, the flat part of your parking pad.
Well, listen, if we got to lower that catch basin to kind of maintain the integrity of the curve and that slope, if I got to take it down 6 inches, it's no big deal,
Yeah,
yeah, because if
well, yeah, all right. But now keep in mind, see, we're really, now I'm gonna leave those set like that.
right,
And this, all right, let me turn that off for a minute. I'm gonna set this.
right. And if we came down from there, like continuing, like maybe like 1.5% slope down to that rear corner where that catch basin is, maybe put like a little vertical curve or something in there to kind of, ease that curbing transition.
Yeah, but here's what I want to impress upon you is that when you look at that in those editors and such and just look at numbers, they
Yeah.
look like they're really severe, abrupt breaks.
Yeah.
And
But
maybe they do. But when we look at it in here, see, we're coming off this all the way down to right. No, not
there.
no, let me see. All the way down to here.
I mean, that's fixed.
So that part's fixed because it's set off of this, and then it's going to transition down.
And then it's going to go,
point.
and then it's going to go to that other fixed point.
Yeah. Now this
Right.
point's fixed, but here's what it's going to look like. In fact, let me do something here real quick. So you can see a little. Better what they're going to be. So now if I trim.
I mean, even if that point that we have with that, along that left edge is like 2 inches down below that building corner. I mean, even if that was level, Kenny, that water should still move then towards the left and into that catch basin.
Yeah. All right, so now here's what this is all going to look like in 3D without any vertical exaggeration. And you can see you got a see the road's going to come, down here.
That looks good, right?
It's going to hit that. And so, come on.
So that's gonna hit that spot directly opposite the building.
Well, it hit,
Oh.
it hit a spot up in here.
That's
And then it
fixed.
went, and then it went down to there. And so, you know, this has a, you can see if I pull it up level, you see the house is sort of level across here.
Yeah, yeah.
And then this point is down, so it doesn't pitch into the house. And then everything else you see going across.
Could we put like a little bit of a vertical curve right there at that intersecting point to kind of smoothen out the flow of the curbing
Yeah,
instead of having, you know,
all right, so right now.
yeah,
when I
see
put
this
that-
this is like the power of this, man. This is amazing. Right. So there's that's fixed. Over there by that 25 station.
Now, see right in here, here's where we start.
Right.
And that elevation there is fixed.
And that's fixed.
And we come down to right here. And
Yeah.
that's,
Can we put
also-
some kind of a vertical curve in there to kind of,
yeah, you can, but the problem you run into, Pete, is if we raise it up too high with a curve in here,
yeah.
I don't want to start getting that higher than this over here. Up here in the plan view, up against the house. So when we got to this point right here, that point, and that is like right here on our profile,
Yeah.
that point was set to be that, to be a 2% there.
All
So,
right. So, I mean, if that's where that vertical curve then started,
so if we like right in here, there's our little pinch point. Now here it is with no vertical exaggeration. It's just your driveway coming down and it gets right there and then it starts to flare into the parking area. And then it still comes down a little bit. See, so that's, you know, I personally wouldn't,
no, I mean, even just like 20 linear feet of it, just to kind of ease the tops of the curving is all.
yeah.
Just
Yeah,
something
what
to
about
kind
when
of,
we get down here at, what about we get down here at the catch basin?
no, that's perfect. That's perfect.
So that's going to come to a little point, you see.
Well, that, yes, but that's at the very end. And I mean, that's all expected. It's just that transition from there to there.
All right.
I mean, even if we put like a 20-foot radius type of a thing in there, or however you identify that.
Yeah, let me, yeah. I think I got a straight point in here again.
I tell you, you're very patient with me, Kenny. I really appreciate this.
Oh, man, that's what we do, you know?
Well, you know, that's easy said. It's another thing to live up to it, you know. Everybody comes up with some kind of a mission statement, you know, it looks good on paper, you know, like at the firehouse to protect and serve.
Yeah,
Until, you know, it comes time for a contractual negotiation, then all of a sudden,
yeah. All right, so we're gonna smooth this out right in here.
right, well, yeah, if we could hold that elevation and then just kind of,
Well, we can't hold the elevation. If we smooth out a vertical curve, it's gonna raise it a little bit.
well, then we gotta, you know,
So let's take a look and see, what is this cross slope? We still had that slope at, yeah, see, that's barely going down.
perfect, but it's going down, it's going down.
Yeah, it's going down. So if we put a little vertical curve to smooth this out, that's gonna raise this point. And that.
Well, then maybe we just gotta then, you know, then we'll just adjust that slope coming down from the other way.
Then we're
yeah.
back to doing then we're gonna change this fixed point here. We'll have to lower that.
But we don't want to do that.
Well, we could.
I mean, if we could, I mean, that's kind of why we got this $1 million software,
Yeah, that's right.
you know, and I want to razzle and dazzle my ex-wife. when she comes to the house.
There you go. All right, so if I'm gonna go ahead and erase that and go back to, let's see, how much could we drop this? If we dropped, let's first set this one
Yeah,
and let's look at that back.
yeah, we got the right guy at the helm for this, man.
All right, so we're gonna edit that and we are now, all right, so that starts there. That's where we tied to what we have for the left edge. We're gonna be dropping that a little bit to accommodate this other thing, because we've got now down to here. Yeah, 0.18, that's sort of our kink point. So we want to drop. We need to keep 0.18. I can't raise 0.18 much higher at all because it's, you see its elevation is 1275. The apron is 1299. Okay, so we need to keep that. I wouldn't go any higher than that right there.
And dazzle.
So we're going to go up here to the top, to the front of it, to see at this picture down here. I want to lower that slope to where it's down
Yes,
to where this is. So that's like 25 feet away. And the slope out of that is like -1. So I need to make that, if I reverse this now and I go to what's now 0.23.
so you have the ability to just kind of click under that control column to lock that in.
Yeah, so now when I come down to that point, which is going to stay,
Yeah,
and that's coming around this way at 1%. It's climbing up 1% because it's going down to here. So now, if I go from there up to here, that point gets raised in the air. So I need to keep that point steady.
right,
So-
right.
So getting to that point is here. Coming into that, it's like 0.97. So,
So, right,
so
so
if I
if that,
go all the way down to here, now let's change that elevation.
yeah, I mean, if you were to,
Let's change the slope to say 2.5. And that's gonna flatten it out. Now, see, it's still got a little bit of a visual kink, but let's
right,
see.
right,
Yeah, instead of 2.5, let's just make it 2. All right, so now you're gonna not even be able to see that, because here's from the house down to,
yeah, down to the catch basin, you know what? I mean, that's
basin.
all expected, yeah,
That's 2%. So you see, but this is all exaggerated.
sure,
And then
sure.
it goes 1.5%. Well, that was 2% to the apron, then 1.5% to the catch basin, and
Perfect,
1% up to here. And that's still below that 612. Oh, wait a minute, let's go. Here's what let's see there to the catch basin. Yeah. So then that's going to go next to here. So that comes up at 1% to there. From here, see, here's the catch basin
yeah, yeah,
up to here at 1%, and then
yeah,
it
that, you're
switches-
never gonna see that,
then it
yeah,
switches
yeah,
to 2% all the way up to here. Now, that puts this elevation at 613.3. All right.
and what is that? That's number 40, and that makes sense?
Well, let's take a look and see. So if that's 613.3, there you see it down at the bottom. And then if we look at this one, where road was before, that's at 14.3. So we'd have to lower that edge a foot right there,
Okay,
this driveway edge. All right, so maybe we don't want to take this down quite so far. Let's maybe bring that up 1/2 foot and meet in the middle.
perfect,
All right, so let's go back to this. We'll select that dude, and instead of 2%, let's make that 1.5%. Do that, let's see that to that, 61305, 1299, 123. And then it should be at 1275. And then we go a foot and a half or a percent and a half, and we're up at 613.15. And we're at 14.3. Wait a minute, something's not. No, I'm sorry, not 1.5, 2.5. Need to go steeper, not shallower. All right, so now that puts us at 13.4 versus, what did we say that other one was? 14.3. It's still about a foot. Let's try 3. Oh, not 3,000 for heaven's sake. 3. No, to here. Come on, highlight. There we go, 3. All right, so there, up to there. Now that puts that at 613.5.
There you go.
Yeah, but let's check it against this. And that right now is 14.3. So we'd have to drop it 8/10. Now, if we do that, let's leave that sitting for a second and look at what that looks like on that profile. If we dropped it, I'd see the left driveway. So right now, if we let me make sure our hold the current elevation. All right, so if we drop that, let's see, if we edit the PVI, we want to hold.
Oh, you have the option. Oh, I see. Hold slope in, hold slope out, hold station. Oh,
Yeah, so if I drop that first point's elevation, I don't want to hold the slope out. All right, so I want to make sure that as we hold slope, and let's say we'll just leave it. Let's say hold elevation. And now that one, 618, 6. So if I drop this to, what did we say that was, 613.5 or something like that?
yeah.
Let's see what that does. So all that does is it just makes that 7% slope coming up to our high point. And then 2.5 down the other side. So 613.5. Now, instead of saving that right now, let me go back and double check that elevation. Yeah, 613.55.
615.55, right?
613.55.
613.
Wasn't it?
I mean, we got that point fixed, right? Right.
613.55, yeah,
Oh, I see.
right there. So to make our road,
So the elevation at the base of this wall over here, Kenny, right? I mean, isn't this elevation at the base of that wall like 615.6?
614.7. 614.7. Right
Oh,
across.
614. You're right. You're right. Yep.
Okay. All right, so we go back to And if we change this, see, right now we are at a 6% slope. And so if we change that starting elevation to 613.55 to match our stuff coming up from the driveway pad, that then just, all it does is raise that to a just 6.95%, 6.95%. So that just, and we keep the high point, we keep everything like we've got down here. All we
Right.
did was drop that little point there, which steepened that up a little bit. Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's steep now.
All right, so now let's save and exit. And we're going to erase the old profile, redraw it. And now, because it's technically a little bit off. I have to freeze off that 2D line here a minute. Yeah, there we go. Now they meet in the middle. Now it's going to look like this.
Right, and we got that's fixed, and then how's that looking?
That's looking pretty good, I think. Make sure that was still connected there. It is. That's still connected there. It is.
And then from that garage to that catch basin, that's like -2% slope.
Yeah.
Oh no, we had 120, we had a slope of 125. What, right?
Yeah. So now let me I've got this little snippet of that.
No, because I think that's the end of the curbing up against the bill. Okay, fine.
Yeah, that was where I just didn't erase the old.
Oh,
curve.
yes.
Yeah, so now this goes from there to there, so so that comes down to the 99 there and goes, and you've got the apron over here,
Right.
but then this is a little higher. That's back to 1305. Now that's, an inch higher, so that's not, this edge of your house, you don't have an apron on it out there, right?
No,
Yeah,
that's just the concrete
1305,
foundation.
1305, 1305, 1305, 1305. And then we pull that edge down. So this corner is going to shed to that curb line and run down here.
And
So
that slope is what?
Let's see. 1.5.
Oh. So off this apron over here, like between that apron, I mean, right now that building face is running along the same height as the garage floor.
Yeah.
Could we make it at least, that 600 down at the 612.99? So at least it's like 3/4 of an inch lower than the garage floor, running from that apron, right? Because that apron is at 612.99.
Yep.
Maybe we should go from the 612.99 all the way up to that upper right-hand corner. I know it's just semantics, but
Well, like right now, this goes from 12.99 to 1305.
oh, perfect. That's fine.
Okay. And
Yeah,
so that's
yeah.
what also, because this is also at 1305 all the way around to here, and then it drops back down to here to 12.99.
Yep.
So 1305. So this little bump out around the foundation is just up that little, whatever the height difference is in the apron. Okay.
Right.
So, and that in reality, you know, whether that's,
3/4 of an inch lower.
so whatever, so this is going to, because this point's higher than this point,
It'll just flow.
it'll shed.
My
Okay,
man.
all right.
Yep, yep.
So now we've got what we need. I'm gonna take these lines out. I was just having them in there for visualization.
And then the integrity of that catch basin, that's
Yeah,
We
that's
kept-
still lower.
still at 6/12/20.
Yeah,
That back corner is 6/12/30, right?
and that back corner is 6/12/30. Okay,
Right. Beautiful.
now let's take a peek at this thing. Let's see how the water flows up there.
Yes. Well, we got to make a surface, right?
Yep, so that's what I'm gonna do here. And I'm not gonna be so concerned with it on this, because we're gonna.
Yeah. I wouldn't be fiddling
I'm
around
really
with
more
that.
concerned about right in here
Right.
from that point forward, but still, this will be what we're gonna use.
You bet.
And we'll take this, keep our surface. We'll select our line.
Oh, let me just grab this quick. Hold on.
Yep.
Hello. Arlene from Arconics, not bad. Oh, you're looking for a drawing. Oh, no, it's not you, it's Gary. I told him Wednesday, and he actually believed it was Wednesday. I can't believe this guy. I mean, how long we know each other now? Yeah. What a Bobo. You know, I saw him the other day outside. I forgot I had. Oh. Yeah. The architect, what an asshole.
All right,
I saw him on the field the other day. I said, he goes, I said, that was Saturday. We went out and did we ran the baseline and the control. And I told him by Wednesday, and his girl just called up. I says, I can't believe this guy believed me. How long we know each other now. So, hey, look, you know what? You get it on Monday morning. I'm sorry. That's the end of the story.
sure enough. All right, so
Then he wants a family-friendly price, and then he wants the corners marked in. Everybody wants something.
sure enough. So, all right, so here's what we got with that runoff. And we got one more little adjustment where I see that we're gonna need to make. So if it rains up here,
Balls, baby.
Gonna
Yep,
go
that's
to
what we're
our,
looking for.
it's gonna go to our catch basin. Now it's gonna come down here and hit and run down and go to our catch basin, all right? If it
then-
rains over here, it's
My
gonna
man.
catch basin. If it rains here, it'll
Yep,
run
yep.
down
That's
into
what we're
the
looking for. Done.
thing here. Now, what we do here, same thing.
Perfect.
Down. run
Good.
down.
And then from that deep corner in the building over there, that
Wait a minute,
lower.
wait a minute, you're in the middle of a command. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I am?
Well, you grabbed the mouse and moved it and then you were
Oh,
trying.
sorry. No, that was my
No,
fault.
That's all
I'm
right,
sorry.
that's all right. Just, okay, go ahead now. Show me what you were looking at.
Well, from this corner, my contractor buddy keeps saying, oh, we got to put a drain in there. We got to put a drain in there. I'm like, Sal, the fantasy is to put some kind of a pipe in here, right? We're going to put them steps. The
Yeah,
fantasy is to put a pipe back here with some gravel, and then you put a drain, because, he goes, I like to see the water flowing.
well,
I
see,
don't care about the water flowing south, and then we're going to put like a 4-inch pipe from here to here to this. I'm guessing it's going to be like a 1 foot square grate,
yeah, just like a little yard drain. Yeah.
a little yard drain.
Yeah.
Is that something that you advise?
Well, I mean, you might could if it, a lot of times that gets done when they're building it because they realize, oh, hey, we screwed up. We got this, too low down
Right,
here.
right.
You gotta drain it. So that's fine. But the way this is set right now, every place, and let's go back to that
I
runoff.
mean, every way it's set up now, I told them all along, it's gonna be the high point in the parking lot,
Yeah.
and we
So
don't need no stinking drain.
Yeah. So right now, let's go right down here and let's rain. Let's drop right there. And that's
That's what
gonna
I'm talking
run
about. Yeah.
all the way down. If I drop right here, that's gonna run there. If I drop here, it's gonna run down the apron and hit down there and go eventually down to there.
Ooh, this is beautiful.
So
Ooh, I'm gonna take a picture.
everything, this is gonna go down here and then run in. Okay, so everything goes to our drain. This part is golden, okay?
Golden.
So we'll kill those things. We're gonna save our work here just because we don't want to be paranoid now.
We're doing it, baby. We're doing it.
All right, so now we're gonna come down here and we've got a little bit, I just want to double check this. I think we're still at 6:15.
Right, we cleaned that.
12. Yeah, so we need to tie that.
Hey, listen, Kenny, I'm just gonna go and just let my neighbor's dog out real quick. I'll be back in like 7 minutes.
You take your time. Let me
Thank
know
you, sir.
when you're
Thank
here.
you. Thank you. Yeah,
So
so
now,
when you do that water analysis, I
Yep.
mean,
so we're gonna look at that runoff again. I went ahead when you were out and I rebuilt that surface. So, down here, we saw, how
Right.
that was all well and good. And then we're up here. It's gonna go there and then wrap and shed back to there. So, that's because this edge is actually lower than this edge. Remember, we raised that high point. So in
Right.
here, it comes back and down. Then there it goes. So you gotta, there's a
Yeah, but
transition in there.
that's fine. I mean,
Yeah.
isn't that just fine? Oh, there.
See, and it's doing this now, and once we get here too, now, like if I click in here,
Yeah, but we're gonna wind up adjusting that island.
yeah, that's right. So, but now
Right.
look at this, see this, because this is now above this.
Well, we're gonna have to pick,
And we'll-
some,
Yeah,
Yep,
so,
yep.
so now, and we'll get here. And now we got everything, it's coming down like that until we get to.
right. We're gonna have, yeah.
We're gonna, so we'll fix this. Let's see, what do we got? That part's good to there, that's good, good.
Right.
But everything over along this edge is now shedding to the left, so we're going to need to lower this, and yet we can't get so low that we put a bold,
No,
we
we're gonna have
want
to
a
fix,
sag in it.
right.
So we're gonna do that, but as far as like this over here, when this goes to here, we're gonna raise this up a little bit.
Right.
So
Oh,
that's gonna pitch everything to the edges. Now over in here, it might still here and run, that's fine. But here it's gonna start shedding this way, okay?
Okay,
And like we get there, now the island's not there yet, so see this?
right.
So right in there's your break along that surface. So that being done, let's take a look at doing that next.
So I guess the next fantasy, and this is my last and final request for anything, is basically directly where this driveway, it's 12 feet. I guess the fantasy would be to come over and basically lock this in, I guess, I don't know, level with that left side, and then, adjust around the island forward from that elevation, and then down towards, and then start, I guess, with the 2% from left to right.
Yeah, so if we want to start shedding to the right somewhere in here,
Yeah,
we'll set the elevation here
yes,
the same as this, and then keep it lower
yes,
for the rest of
exactly.
the way down. So let's strike our little line. Except I gotta get the right darn tool, sorry.
That's all right.
So we start our little line, say right in
Yeah,
here. And we'll just take that elevation, and we're gonna go across to this edge in here.
right. And if those
And-
two, if that pavement right there was balls level,
All right, so now it would be, so now what we've got, if we are level across,
yeah,
we're at what is that, 1689, 1689.
yeah,
And where we have it right now, this thing is at right up here at 1714. So that's a good bit higher. It's like a foot higher. So we're going to be bringing that back down. Now, what that's going to do, Pete, remember we had that cut. So you're going to, you're still going to be into the ground a little bit here.
yeah.
All right. So, so we'll
Right.
set this thing accordingly. Now, so what I want to do is, if I let me see where that center line runs from and to. So I'm going to draw that center line, which is the right driveway. So that actually goes from there and then stops right there. That's what I wanted to see. Now I'm going to undo that. Now it pulled out that other thing because that was built from that center line.
Yep.
Just the profile. That's why that went away. So let's see here. I'm gonna
Right, from that transition point, right, level across,
yeah, I'm gonna
it'll
do,
just kind of rise and then come back down to that 2% across the face of the building.
And do that. Yeah, I want to preserve this. So if I go here and I go. There we go. So now if I select this, and I'm just going to copy it from here at 25 comes through, and I'm just going to put it over there 25 feet out of the way. And now I'm going to draw that center line. I need to get the extents of that center line. All right, so now if I need to put that thing back, I can, but I need to. I need to extend that center line back out. Now let's see if I've got. That I think is just the, yeah, existing driveway. Okay, so. I need to. Draw the other center line now. All right, so that, yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. So I'm going to take this center line and offset it
12.
there. And then I'm going to take this and trim off that. How to do that? Let's see.
You know, I noticed with this 2022 with the AutoCAD, I mean, once you put in that trim command, you know, you don't even have to identify the cutting edge. It just kind of like starts trimming, you know?
Yeah, it can do that. All right, so now where do we go? Why does trimming that cause a problem? Let's see. I break this from here up to here. That's what I was looking for. So if I get rid of that, now this, there, let me see something here. Okay, now. I've got two little pieces I need to connect. And then I need to see what happens if I extend. Close enough and it keeps it circular, but
right? That's just the extension of that 12-foot wide.
Yep. You got a little bit of a tangent in there. That's okay.
Gotta live with it.
Let's now join. Uh-oh. Ah. New join. All right, this time let's arc to tangent to tangent. That's a tangent.
Yeah, but that's where the 12-foot starts to split apart.
Yep. Yep. So that part's okay. So that part's good. And that's going to come down and tie right there. That'll be good. We'll adjust that edge when we get to it. And now did that update? It did. It updated our alignment. I think I've got to be able to see it. Because see what this puts north up. So I got to look at that. So that's coming off. Yeah, see that didn't. When I joined that, it did not extend the center line. So I'm going to.
Or maybe you need to re-identify it, or
Yep. Got to rebuild it. So I'm going to. All right, let's see if I can undo that join. All right, so there's the end of that alignment. So if I change that, and let's see, what do I need to pick up? I need to pick up that. What was that? All right, that's an arc. And that's a line. So this, I need to add that and convert that to an arc. And that's now everything. And if I select that and get rid of it, and then double click this to make sure our center line got built, it did. Down there's the road, comes up and around to the house.
yeah.
Okay, so now we got a couple of little non-tangencies in there. That's okay. It's paralleling exactly the other side of the road up to that split. So that part's good. Now, we had over here, we're gonna replicate. What is that, a 2.3? And then it climbed up. All right, so we'll keep that one there for reference, and now we need to I want to turn on, what was that? That wall is on. I can't remember what's up here now. Wall retaining. And then we had that contour. Okay. So now to here. I'm going to turn the retaining wall on. And we'll turn on the
How did you wind up just showing those two?
right up here in this upper right corner,
Yeah,
search field.
yeah.
So I just put like CTR.
Oh, I see, I see.
All right, so now I've got some reference as to what's going on out there. So I'll have a fixed point here. And then
Right.
set that slope as to what, now the slope that we had before was something like
That was like,
2%,
that
2%
was 2%, yeah.
up to, at some point it starts climbing up. All right, so we're gonna try to replicate this and see what we need to do with it. All right, so I'm gonna station that center line so I can see. And do a center line file. The right driveway. Let me. Put this up a little better. There we go. Ooh, we got a little bit of a gap right in there. So what do we got? We got this.
Doesn't look like it's tangent, right?
Yeah, we've got coming out of this curve and then going into that curve, and there's a little bit of non-tangency right there. That's what's causing this double.
Can we like tangent that up?
Yep. What is that? There we go. That's what I was looking for. All right, so this is tough when you're used to 2 monitors, right? All right, so let's double click. Get into our editor now. So starting there, we have a line. We go into a curve. And then we go
Right.
into another curve, which is non-tangent. So that curve to that curve to that curve. So to tangent these things up, I'm going to double click the curve. I'm going to hold the PIs and I'm going to make sure it's tangential to the previous element.
Okay.
So I'll set that. All right, so that fixed that first curve. And then this curve is tangential to the previous element, and it didn't have a, so it's gonna hold that piece C. And then this curve will make that tangential. And then the line coming out of that also tangent. And then that goes from a tangent to a tangent.
So those two lines that is not one line, and I see they have like two separate bearings on there. I know they're only off by a couple of minutes, but
Well, we can fit a
oh
curve.
no, there's a couple of degrees there. Oh,
So if we fit a curve in there of, let's say,
on it.
100-foot radius. There's that line, a little curve, and a line.
That's good.
That'll be enough just to keep it tangent.
Yeah, yeah.
And then this curve, hold PI.
Yeah, well, my buddies went down to Maryland today. They got a big weekend planned. They're like, come on down, come on down. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to. Well, you're not getting any younger. No. What?
All right, now, see what we did there
What?
is by forcing those tangent points, we screwed up that edge over here. We're too close.
Well, we got to be 12 feet.
Yeah, so I'm gonna undo that part.
Yeah, I would just take them couple of, yep.
All right, so let's now go back and see if we can just, all we're gonna do is let's take that little kink out. All right, so we're back to this curve.
So if there's a kink on the right, there's a kink on the left.
No. All right, so that part's okay. It was this curve right here was where we said tangent to.
Yeah.
That was what started pushing everything off to the edge. So what I would say we need to do.
I mean, we could also just change the radius of that curve.
Yeah, but we don't know without figuring out here something as to what it's going to. I wish I could see this stuff. I'll put this over here on the edge now. All right, so that first line comes.
Yeah.
Front house. The curve's tangent to that. Now it's this curve right here that's not tangent. So we could we see that curve is,
So we could just fill it.
yeah, I'm saying we see that that's a 25-foot radius. No, that's that curve. Now that curve is a 181.94. So that's the one we're gonna probably, if we just, let's do it, 182, let's call it somewhere like that. So if we fill it this into this,
Right.
that will take care of
That non-tangency.
that non-tangency right there. So we're gonna exit this and just go down here. And we're gonna select. We're gonna, let's see if I. Get rid of that segment. Now let me get rid of is stationing right now. And so if we fill it,
With the 180-foot curve,
yeah, or 182 even, let's see if we can do that.
182.
And we do from this to that. There we go.
Perfect.
Now go back to that center line. Do polyline to center line file. We'll call it the right driveway. Yep, we'll replace it. We'll select it. It's good. It's good.
Oh, and it's telling you PCPT. Okay.
All right, so now when I look at the alignment, there's a line, there's that curve, it's tangent. I look at the next curve, it's tangent. And then the next curve is tangent. So we're in good shape so far down through there. Now we come to there, we come to the line, and it's not tangent to the previous element at that point. Now, right there is where we got that little kink. So we'll take a look at it. It's after the tangent.
And where is that little kink
Curve.
in relation
Well,
to
I'll show
the,
you. So
Where- where is that kink in relationship to the left side of the driveway?
well, that's what we're gonna look at. So
All
here's the tangent, curve, curve, curve. And it's right here, this tangent going into that tangent, and that is, yeah, see, that's a straight line. So
And is, and on the left side, is that a straight line with a kink in it?
probably that is a straight line there, yeah. But see, that's an arc all the way into there. We've got this little bit of straight line. And so this arc could really technically come down to here and get rid of that.
Okay.
All right, so we could, we did that. What do we have on that? On that, what is that radius? 100.10, so. If we got rid of these two segments and then put 100-foot radius, so it takes that little bump out.
Right.
So we'll get rid of that and that. And now we will radius, or fill it rather, with a radius of 100 feet. This and this. Okay. Now, turn that back. The right driveway. Yep, in there, and now let's take a peek. All right, so starting up there, we got our tangent curve, tangent curve, tangent to previous, tangent to previous, tangent to previous, a little short tangent, tangent to previous. And that one's not tangent to previous. So we've got this curve is a radius of essentially 50 feet. This curve is 100 feet. So
what? That last one is not tangent, or?
it's not, this last curve is not tangent to that tangent coming out there. But if we make it, so let's see, if I take this tangent If I hold,
And that's not tangent because the left edge is not?
no, I'm
Oh.
just, saying, when we made those other tangents, we pushed the rest of the alignment over.
Uh-huh,
So if we want that curve to be tangent to that line, to that
right.
piece of tangent in there, if we hold that point and make it tangent, see, it's all we can do is hold that, and we make it tangent.
So what is it exactly doing when you're saying to make it tangent? It's moving, it's not moving the preceding line.
Correct. See, this line is still tangent to the previous.
Yeah,
Now this curve is also tangent to the previous. So when we look at that and it redraws itself, it's going to have a slight shift down here. So
that's
all
fine.
that's
Well,
gonna
I mean,
be
we could
that,
always,
and we're just going to trim it off right there and we'll be good.
I mean, you could also like that last arc. I mean, we can also,
All right, so right now that last arc ends right there on the edge of the pavement. Okay,
right.
and that's now,
And then the beginning of that little line, Steve, where, I'm sorry, Ken, oh, so we're parallel with the right side, 12 foot over.
yep, yeah, we're 12 foot over all the way across.
Right.
And there's there's a little bit of
That's fine.
little flare right in there in the entrance, but that's the entrance flare. Now, I'm gonna select that and let's just redraw it, which was our and I'm gonna station this again, set this. Okay, so now we still got that. What's going on? Oh, that's the compound curve. That's why that's
Oh,
PC.
I see. Yep.
So if I got
Oh, so PCPT. Yeah. Right.
yeah, so that's as it should be. All right, so PC
I'm
curve,
surprised it doesn't label it like a PCC,
yeah, well,
or that's just the software.
yeah, it is. I mean, we could do it
No, it's fine. It's fine.
because all this is a piece of text. So we
It's
can
text, right? Right.
be done with that, and then we can erase
Right.
that. But then if we go back to relabel it, it will redraw it. So that's just drafting. All right, so there's our curves, our PTs, our PCs, and right in here we had that little bit of tangent in there, which modeled after that one. So that part's okay. All right, so we're in good shape. Now, I've got those stations marked, so when we look at the profile, we'll see about where we are.
Okay.
All right, so now let's do our profile and let's find out where we need to be on this elevation wise. right, so I'm coming here at 615, 359. 359.
All right, 6:15. Yep, yep.
Right, so we're like 344, 345, 349, 348, so 347, so 347. So 615, 347. So 615. That's going to be our ending elevation. And let's go up here to the place where we start. And we know that that elevation is going to be, well, it's just 616.13. All right, so we've got our start and our stop.
What is that elevation? Like 116.05?
616.13 right there.
Oh, perfect, perfect. Okay.
Now we're going to come down here and we're going to,
Right. What is that? That's fixed.
where's their other? Edge. We've lost,
What?
we've lost that edge a minute because it redrew. Let me see. So if we go to profiles. Put the left driveway back in as a 3D line. So now we've got that. And we set
Right.
elevation is there. And then we set this elevation. It's the same 616.89. 616.89. So that's our level across point.
Yeah.
All right, so we know right there at that 165 and change. What are we, 160, well, it's 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. So those are 10. So 165, 70. So 168 at 1 plus 68. We need to be 1689.
1689.
Yep. All right, so that'll tie that to the left. And then up in here, we're going to climb up that 2%. We're going to put a high point right in here at say 1 plus 85. Right in there, we'll do it. And then
What is that? That's 100. Those are
0 plus 85.
10-foot stations or
Yeah.
5.
Those are 10.
So if we did like station like
There's-
1 plus 1, oh no, at like 90, right?
Yes,
Isn't that like
there's 50, there's 100. So that's 90.
right? So
Right.
what, like at 85, you said?
So 85 would be our high point,
Okay, okay.
looking at those contours.
Yep, yep. Yeah, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, so now I don't need that anymore. Get rid of that and let's go to design road profile. Except, sorry, I'm gonna need to get this over here on the side so we can see where we are. Design road profile. And we're gonna do a new right driveway. Yes, we'll replace it. And we're going to start at this station 0 with this elevation of
Fixed.
616.13. And we're going to go to this elevation at the end, and it's going to be 615.3475. Okay, so now we're going to add our station in. We're going to insert a PVI at
85.
5. And let's just call it 620 for right now, just so we can see it. There it is. And so we will adjust that accordingly. So we'll make that vertical curve. Let's make it 100 feet. And maybe not quite so big, 75. And it's maybe even 50. Okay. So we're going to come out. Now we need another one.
Yeah, we're gonna start, I mean, that 2% is gonna continue, right,
Well, we got this 2% is going to come up to about right in here, say at 25,
yeah, that's the beginning. Right,
or I mean at 1895. So at 20, we'll take that 2% up to 20,
okay,
let it go around. So at 20, that's my right. There we go. So now here we're going to insert a PVI at 20. And we're going to set that slope as let's give it a vertical curve. Length, let's just say 35. Sorry, it needs a,
so from station 00, that's gonna be 2%, right, up to
2%.
20.
Crap, let me undo that, hold on. Well, let's just give it 615 for now, so we can set that and call it 35. Call it 25. All right, so at 20, going into 20 now is going to be 2%.
Right,
Crap, I see what I'm doing here.
yeah, I see it.
It's holding the PVI, so I'm gonna hold my slope. I'm gonna hold the elevation. So now to set 20's elevation, no, here,
It's 2%.
percent. No, it keeps holding the other elevation. So if I do this, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, good. All right, so we're now 2% up to our 20. And then we come up to our high point, which is right in there, and it's you know, like less than 2/10 out of the ground. But our upcoming slope is 5%. And then we just come down a constant of -2.25.
So we want that high point to be like a foot below the existing grade now, right? Wasn't that kind of like the fantasy?
At there, but let's see, we still had this 85.
What is it, 85?
That's our high.
Oh, right, right, right.
But we also wanted 168 to be 616.89. So we're gonna sit here and insert another.
So that elevation right now for the high point compared to the existing grade today.
Okay, so now that, and that will make that one say 50 feet. All right, so now this point right here, you see the little green marker?
Yeah,
that's that point that ties, we drew that purple line across. Right,
Yeah, yeah, the
see it
fixed
there?
point, yeah.
So that's our level across from the left-hand side. Okay, and now this high point here, now we can make it higher, but we want to keep that, now that elevation, I've set the PI elevation. I need to adjust that a little bit so that it's actually where the road surface is at that elevation. So if I
So
check,
that contour at that high point right now, that contour is, that height, that existing grade, the station 85 is what today?
right now it's 619.37. See this line down?
So we want to be like at 618.37,
Okay, so
right?
that was, yep, that
Right.
was at 85.
Right. So at that station, we want, right, 618.35.
No, see this 85?
Yeah,
Yeah, down here.
yeah,
Here, the reference elevation is existing ground.
right.
Elevation here, now don't look at it up here, because when you look at it up here, that's the elevation of the PI. Look at
Oh.
it down here, so that's 619.4, and the ground is 619.37. So it's 40, so it's, you know, just
So we want that elevation
barely
to
off the
be,
ground.
what's that?
So it's just barely off the ground at 85. So if we want that to be a specific,
We want it to be a foot down.
so at here, we want it to be a foot under the
Under
existing.
the existing grade today.
So right now it's, now that's the PI. So to get that down.
So if we have a station right now looking at that graph at 85, it says 620. If we made that 619,
Then that makes this existing ground 619.4. The finished elevation is 618.6.
618.6.
Yep.
And we would be into the ground there, 3600s. Is that correct? Am I reading that correct?
No, it goes, it's like 0.7, 0.8.
And where do you see that? Oh, the depth,
Right here, down, see where the mouse is?
right.
I'm looking at station 85. The elevation of the pavement is 618.604.
So
See,
could we
I'm not-
lower that again? Could
Yeah,
we make that,
yeah, we can
maybe
make
we'll
that.
do like 618.5?
So 618.5.
There you go.
Now we look at 85 and we look down here, it's at 618.2. Or
Perfect.
618.19, 619.37. Okay, so what is it, like a foot, 1.2 feet?
Right.
Okay, so that puts that there. And that we also have this 168, which needs to be 616.89. And I've got it at 618.89. So that we need to change this. We got the PI at 616.89. We need to bring that so the pavement is down. So it's gonna be,
And then we have that other fixed point that's coming. Oh, that's the PI you're looking at.
yeah, so that's 168, so that's 616.
I mean, if you change that negative slope for that course number 5 to whatever it needs to be to continue that flow, right? Because all we have now is just a portion. We don't have the entire profile. We just have the profile up from that fixed point.
Right, so now if I want my pavement to be, what do we say, we want it to be 616.89, not the PI, but the pavement, then I need to make this 1.3 lower, so 615.59, 615.59. So that means here at, oh, sorry, crap, I did the wrong thing. That's at 168. So now I gotta bring that back up. 616.89. There's the PI. And it's 616.93. I need to take it to 80. Mine's a 0.04, so make that 85 and see what that does. 61, all right, so 84. 616.889, so that's got it. So that right there sets that, but it's barely a curve.
Is Betty what?
It's barely a vertical curve in there, but it's coming off of a 2% slope down and going to a 1.22% slope for the rest of it. And that's the vertical curve right in there. But you see, it's real flat.
Perfect.
So, but that's good.
Right. And that's locking into that fixed point.
Yeah. Now what's going to happen down here probably, we'll have to check it, is we're going to, I'm guessing the left side is going to be lower than that right there. So we may have to put, you know, we'll have to put a lower point to try to make sure we still spill to the right. Okay, so we'll save that. And now let's go back in here and let's put a cross slope across here.
Right, right. So from that intersection of her driveway, we went straight across like -2%.
Yeah, like
right?
from right there.
Yeah. Perpendicular to our right edge and come down 2% to pitch it. I mean, I would tend to think that if that was the fixed point, you could just massage everything, you know, from up above to down to here, no?
Yeah, all right, so I'm starting at 615 there, and so now if I go across, just go across perpendicular to that.
Yeah.
It's not going to let me on the 3D, so I'll do a 2D real quick. I'll go from there to perpendicular to there. All right.
Right.
Let's elevate that.
It should be like a 3-inch drop.
Yeah, so I'm not going to keep that existing. I'm going to go there. I'm going to select that. And then I'm going to select that. All right, so now that should have an elevation now of 615. It does. And if I want to pitch that at 2%,
It should be 25, 24. Yeah.
so now there we go at 1476, 15 to 1476. See?
Right. There's the 3 inches.
Yeah. So now this is at, there's 250, 60, 70. So 265, 260,
Looks like
266
266.2.
needs to be 614.76. Okay, so now let me so back to our editor. getting the right menu here. Design, row profile. At 266. Our ground right, or our design right now is 615.6, and we need that to be 614.76. So it needs to be about a foot lower right there at 266. Okay. So I'm going to sit here. I'm going to insert a PVI at that 266 mark. And that elevation was 614. We'll just call it 614.5, and we'll give it a 35 foot if it'll fit. Yeah, that'll fit. Okay, so now at 266, it's 614.75.758, so 76. So that's perfect. So that's there. And this little part up here, this one right here, you see how close that is to being flat anyway? Right there. Are you still, can you still hear me? Pete? Pete, are you still there? Hello?
Yeah, what's that?
Oh, okay. I didn't know if maybe my sound cut out.
No, it was me.
Yeah, no problem. All right, so when now that I've set that point down here, that's the one that's opposite that point that we just set,
Yeah.
I mean, it makes this point here sort of unnecessary. See how close to flat that is?
Oh, yeah.
So I can even just remove that PVI. And so that now comes down at a 2%. But then when we get to the end, to come back up to that road,
Well, because that road is just, that's higher than that catch basin.
that's right. We'll see so here's the issue is that right in here, and that's opposite that driveway.
Yeah,
that line we just drew across and made it 2% across,
yeah.
pushed it down. But then I got to climb back up to here
Oh,
road. Now, that may be okay because look where that is in terms of, and I can't spread that over and show you. But like I'm gonna sit like right on that low spot. So there's the low spot. And that low spot is like 614.5. What's their catch basin? 614.6.
yeah, that's no good. Oh, but that's 614.5, that's the PI. Right?
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
that
that's
what
right.
you're saying?
Yeah, so 266 is at 614.75. So
So
that's still above the 614.6. Okay, see, I'm
Yeah.
looking down here, 614.75. And in fact, might see the sag point, right?
Could we like tweak that up like an inch or two at that?
Well, if you do, you're gonna start spilling back to the left side of the road potentially, but look at this.
Oh, okay.
So my sag point here is at 262 at 614.7. So the lowest point of that curve is still above that catch basin. So everything's still going to run into that catch basin, I believe. And still across from the other side.
That's good.
Okay.
I mean, so long it's above the catch basin and it flows.
Yeah, so let's check that. So we're going to save that, exit that. And we're going to now draw
So that low point is at station 265?
262.
Oh, 262.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay.
That was our right driveway.
Right. And we're 3 inches lower.
The heck, let's see. Yeah, so right in here, see, we use this point, we're 2% from the left edge of your drive over here.
Yeah,
All right, so that's at that point, 614.76. All right, so 614.74. So actually, so this is at 74. Let's just look at that. So this is at 74. This is at 75. That's 77. So see, that's, well, it's still climbing up. It's
well,
still,
it's going to start climbing up because it needs to greet the road.
yep, it's gonna meet the road, but when the water comes down here, it's all gonna come here instead of going here. Because when it comes to that point here, it can't get to here.
Oh, so then maybe that point has to come up like an inch?
Well, let me try something here a minute. Let's go back to that and let me freeze. Those, I don't need the wall anymore.
So from the garage up around to that high point, that's great. From the high point to that crossover halfway up, that's fixed.
Yeah, all right, so if we take, if we take a look at this now, let me put my shrink wrap back on. We'll get a little, I want to make sure I get my surface
Yeah, yeah,
defined right in this little corner so I can
absolutely.
see what happens in there. All right, so that'll catch all of that and we'll see. Need to fix this part too. All right. So now, if we model our surface, whoops. All right, there'll be
That's fine.
little skinny triangles out there, won't hurt anything. That would be all right. All right, so if we model our surface, grab our boundary, no exclusions, grab the data. Ah, okay. Need to. A little bit tighter in there. And this. Because we're slightly off. Let me see if
I mean, you could just erase that line out of there, can't you?
yeah, I just wanted to, well, we've got the stations written down. That's fine. All right. And that same thing will be down here. We got rid of that one, so that part's all right. Okay. So now there to there. Yep. And select, oops. Select our dirty pond or border. No exclusions. We got two vertical edges. What do we have here? Zoom to.
Yeah, we can get rid of that line too.
Yep. So we get rid of this one. And we come down here, we've got a little something missing in here. This is at 615 balls. And this is at why is it at 0? 615, 13. Ah, that would do it. All right. Now we got one little vertical. All right, it's 10.
What is that blue line right there? What is that?
That's just a 2D poly. It's at 0 elevation, so that won't hurt anything. I can get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, what's the
All right, so we've got this line, 615. This line is at 615. That's the 2D polyline. Where's my? I select that, and then I'm going to deselect these 2Ds. I should have, yeah, there we go. Now that's at 615.12. That needs to be at 615. There we go. Now, something keeps resetting that. Okay. All right, so back to that. Built with no errors. We will just take a quick peek at it. Got some things up there that we're going to resolve with the island. But everything looks semi-decent. Just draw these in here for reference. Okay, so this comes up across, it pitches down, down, down. This all pitches down. Looks decent. Let's try our raindrop now. I'm going to take this and bring it back up top. So we're just going to call runoff. And again, making sure our surface is still good up here. Yep, we're good. Good to go with all that. Now let's come down here and see if we're here. It goes to the right. We're up in here.
Perfect.
Right. We're down here, should go that way to the left. It did. If we're on this side, it should go to the great. It does.
And how about our little low spot there at that station 85?
Yeah, I'm checking. So if we go here, it's going to come here and down. See, everything's coming to that point right there.
Oh. So then we got to kind of raise that up a little, eh?
Yeah, but that's going to pitch it above this point a little bit. Let's see, what are we there? Your point in there is at 614.7.
Well, what does it matter?
Well, it's
Just
not
long
really-
it winds up in that catch basin. I mean, if it starts to travel back up,
Yeah, you know what it'll do is it'll puddle out to here and then drain. If we raised
well,
that,
we don't want any puddling here, lad. We don't want any puddling.
yeah, so if we raise that up to be just level across there at 615,
Yeah, let's do that.
I'll pitch it. So let's do that. We'll clear out the runoff lines and let's now go back to our editor. So first thing we need to erase that so we make sure we put the right one back in. If we go to road profile, our right driveway, and that was this one right here at 6. All right, so 266 is at 614.75. So we're going to raise that.
Let me ask you something else. If you could, does that what is it? Hydrography? Hydrology?
Hydrology, yeah.
I mean, depending continental region specific to forecast, I don't know, like a 10-year storm,
Oh, yeah.
20-year storm.
Yeah, it models all that.
Oh, it does. It does.
Yeah,
All right.
and I'm not doing watershed analysis. I'm just now it's,
No.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking out loud. And
oh,
then,
everything. Yeah, it models all of that and it'll actually design a storm sewer system for you. Like you
that
tell
was
it,
my next question.
yeah, and you tell it where you want it and you tell it, desired slopes and all that of your
Right,
pipe.
right,
And
right.
it'll make sure you got cover over your pipes and all kinds of stuff.
Sounds good. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So now let's take a look at, all right, so right now we know we're going to raise this one up a little bit here. So what I want to do is instead of having our sag point right
Yeah.
there, the marker, I want to bring that sag point to where it's like right in there, so it starts to go into that.
Right, so it's forced. Yeah. Let's bend it to our will.
So that's at 275. So if I change this to 275,
Yeah, 275.
and if I put this at 615, what the heck is going on here? It's this, I think. Yeah, all right. So let's make that, let's say 20. 20 will work. 275. Come down here, check it for the pavement. It's at 615.1. So now that will be right in there, pitching there, and then it climbs up to meet the road. So the road's going to pull down to here and then go into the inlet. Everything's going to come here. All right, I think that's got us. And now let's draw that back in. Right driveway, right driveway. And let's build our surface. We select inclusion, no exclusions. Take all the data. It's
Okay.
built. And now we're going to do the runoff. All right, so if it rains up here, oh, see, we pitched. All right, so we got to go back to that. So now we're going to look in here. And so everything from that point down goes there. All that does, but when we're up here, we're still above that. All right, so let's fix that. We'll take this, erase it again. All right, so we put our sag up there. And that pulled this up high here. So we need to lower, we need to add another station over here. Let's go back to that 266. Right now, we pulled 266 up to be 615.167, and ideally it should be 614.76, but let's see where it's 266 is right in there. So if we come into this, now let's see what 266 is at 614.8. That should work. I think needs to be 614.76. Right now it's 84. So let's make this 2.1 there. And that puts our sag point right there. We pulled it back. I didn't want to do that necessarily. but that's what I gotta do to get this down.
Yep, yep.
That's about as good as I can tweak that in terms of a vertical curve. So what we'll do is this.
All right.
We'll take our profile. We're gonna draw, whoops, profiles.
Oh, I cannot, oh, is my mouse like locked on your screen?
No, we can both control it. So if you're moving the mouse and I'm moving the mouse, we're fighting over it.
No, I wanted to move my mouse over to my other monitor.
Oh,
that-
no,
is that
no,
what-
I'm controlling.
Oh, right. My fault. Okay.
Problem. All right, so now we've got that low spot that's in here somewhere. See, that's like 614.7, 614.73. So it's starting to climb up from right there. That's 7. That's 66. So it climbs up from there to 7. This one is 614.66. 69 comes down to 66. So right in here, it gets to 66 and then it climbs back up to meet the road. So
Yeah, but that's fine. I mean,
Mhm.
right?
yeah, so what we're going to do to keep everything from just pooling down to this point here is we're going to put a little, we could put, let's see, if we put a break here, let's see this,
We
everything's
can't bring,
still above this, but see, yeah, it's gonna, when it rains right in there, you're gonna get a little bit of flooding right into that, to this low spot, right? What was that? There's my 66.
and
So
that low spot right now is at what elevation?
214.6 or 614.66. So it's
Oh,
about the
no,
same
that's
height.
gotta be above that catch basin,
Yep. So,
you
but
know?
above that,
I mean, if we move that low spot like opposite that catch basin or something,
yeah, so if we do that though, and we pull that, we're gonna have to put another point back in here.
well,
So-
that's fine. I mean,
Yeah, so
whatever we gotta do.
Yep. We gotta adjust that. All right, so I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm going to go back to this. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting. In the IntelliCAD version, I can move all that independently of this editor.
Right.
So let's see, so I'll go here. So now that I've got it moved out of the way so I can see it. All right, so now when I get down to like right in here's my low spot now. But I want it to be, we said at 275. So right there, see, that should be my sag, but you see this purple circle?
Yeah.
Right, that 27, that where the PI is where I want that circle to be. So that's
Oh,
where
I see. Yep,
that's
yep.
where I want my low spot. So right now it comes back to here. So if I want that to be more here, I'm going to have to let's see if I want to make that lower, then I've got to, if I
Right.
lower this, I don't want to lower this. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to put a little
Yeah,
ride in there, but I can't, because I can't right in here. If I raise this up any, it's going to start pitching over to the left side of the road. So I'm
I
going
mean,
to,
like that fixed point that we had directly opposite the throat of that
well, that's,
12 foot.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it doesn't
When we
have to be,
well, when we went straight across like that and set that elevation at
Yeah.
15, that is higher than the catch basin, but then it goes to the end station and it's, it's 615.35. So it would climb let's see, that's 615, and then it goes up to 615.35. So it still falls back to that spot. So I need a lower spot closer to that inlet.
Yeah,
So that's what I need to do there. Now to get that, I'm going to have to put I need to put another vertical curve right here so I can drop it down and then back up. So if I add a point right here, and let's just make that a 35 footer. And then if I pulled that down, see, yeah, it's the problem is I gotta raise it up. Let me undo that. Let me see. Problem is I don't want to raise that any higher in this area here. Right there's where I really want it to be at 265, 266. It's lower than the 615, which is good. So that pitches to the right over there, but then it still comes down and then it's got to come back up. But I don't want it to come down quite so quickly. So if I insert a 250, no, let me undo that. Right there, 266. Change this to 266. Six 14.6, so that needs to come up to 6. Whoa. All right, so 266, that's still a little bit high. So 614.75. And that puts me down at 86. So this could be, let's go to 85. All right, so that'll work there. Opposite that little station. And
Good.
the sag is at 265, which is going to be right in there. See, that's still. All right, so that point needs to be set, and I need another little. Well, I don't have much room in there. And I don't want it, if I got it any lower. If I raise that up, I need to come back here and set a point. Let's see, I get two. All right, how wide's that road again?
12 feet.
All right, so 12 feet. If I shows this at 12 feet. And I set my reference surface. Now that yellow line, that's the existing ground,
Yeah, yeah,
12 feet away.
yeah. I mean, from face to face of the curb, it should be 12 feet.
Yeah, so this yellow line, that's my existing ground. I'm trying to get, I want to set the reference surface so that I can see the other side. I don't see where I can set, oh, yeah, here it is. So if I set this to be this for just a minute. Now there's the other. There's 12 feet away, is down here. All right, so let's put this back where it's supposed to be. To here. And turn that back off. All right. Oops, I gotta show the reference surface. There we go. All righty, so right there is opposite the corner of her driveway. And it is at 614.95 and you're at 615 on her, so it's going to pitch a little bit to the right. That's good. And 614.95 is above 614.6, so that would still go. The problem is that little triangle, because it's got to, it's going to come up here where it hits the road. And
Yeah,
then flow back down the curb line till it gets here. So we need to, when they go out there and they pave that,
yep.
just make sure that they shape it down into that
Pocket.
and shape it down into the catch basin.
Right.
So right, yeah, so right now, yeah, it's going to be a little bit low there, then it's going to come up. So just make sure that they, when they do that, because when I model this as a surface, let me save and exit and then redraw that. So when we model this as a surface, if we didn't do,
Yeah, I mean, on that right side, that's the situation we're forced into because we have to be cognizant of the left side.
yeah. So when we go ahead and build this again, and we get our boundary. And then we do our runoff. All right, so now when it rains here, it's going to go to there. It's going to go to there. It's going to do a little bit of goofy in there. It's going to come down here and then spill across. So everything's.
Well, we got to lower that right
Yeah,
side.
we got to lower that.
Yeah, that's no good.
All right, so we'll fix that. But now down in here,
Yeah,
everything.
you can't keep any secrets from that rainfall thing.
Nope.
No.
Oh, look at there. Everything looks good there until we get to right in here. Yeah, right in there. So here's where it's going to slow back there. So they just need to, put a little swale in the pavement right there to bring it down into there. They can do that. But everything goes to the right. Get rid of that again. like right here, it's gonna go to right there. That's gonna. So you see, it's right along that little, it's right along this crossing piece. That's when it rains there, it's gonna go to that low spot, which is right in there.
Yeah, yeah.
But
No,
once
that,
that's that, yeah, so just make sure they shape that part. And all right, let's get rid of those. Now we need to fix this business up here where we had it. Let's see where we need to start looking. If I'm there, it's going to go down here, and then at this point it kicks over. So that's where I want to start looking.
all right.
I'm just going to put a little marker there. And we'll put a little marker down here. So in that range. And those station ranges are from say 1 plus 85 down to 2 plus 50. So 185 to 2 plus 50 needs to be dropped. Okay, so right in there, we've got let me turn this off so I can get to my 3D. Do I have? Yeah. Let me hide that. Okay. All right, so now I've just got my 3D edges there.
All right.
And what do we have? We are from there to there. And that goes from 1521 to 1522. So we don't have to drop it much. And in
Right.
here, we are what's the next? Yeah, just get a all right, so this is 1646, 1648. So yeah, just a wee bit to drop between those two stations. So
Okay.
these out. We'll delete that. We've got our stations marked. Go back to our road profile. All right, driveway. Now we're looking at 185. And that is In there, so if we need to lower that. Think about this a minute. All right, and then where's the 250? That's almost there. So we just, what we need to do now is just steepen this grade a little bit coming into that. No, I don't want to hold the slope. I want to hold the elevation. So if I lower that slope, 618.5 is here. 614.85. So if I lower that slope, that's going to lower that a little, that's going to lower that point a little bit. So if I put another vertical curve right in here, and then pull it down. Oh, I need to do that. So let's just make that 220. And we'll pull that down just a wee bit, and that's going to hold those others on either end. And that puts this at that point. I think that'll do us.
Yeah.
Do this. I'll check our runoff. Now it sheds to the right from there. Sheds to the right from there. Of course, up here, it's going to go that way. We've got that part. Still sheds to the right. And it's still around that little, see, everything in here is good. And it's just around that little crease in that crotch, because it's going to be low right here. So you're going to need to have them blend that down in here in the middle.
Well, I mean, even if it runs along the curb, you know, it just moves down 5-8 feet, and it's going to wind up, you know.
Well, right here's the low spot of the curb, right there. Okay.
That's the low spot of the pavement.
Of the edge, well, the face of the curb, the edge of the pavement there.
Right.
So right now, the pavement in here is high enough to where it's going to shed here. So if we do something like this, if I take a 3D polyline and I go from right here up to right in here, I'm going to drop that on. Oh, it's not going to let me put that on the slope. Oh, let me try it one more time here. Let's get rid of that. If I do this, use the surface model. There we go. And that's there, FG. And if I'm going to start here, and then I'm going to go right to here.
I got this little window on this other monitor. I guess, do you,
No, that's all right. I know what's going on. So I'm just going to drop it. Oops, not 2, but 0.2, just 0.2. So that's 1477. Okay, so that should work. 14.9 to 7. Okay, good. Now, so if we do our surface again, select our inclusion, no exclusion. What do we got? It's not even going to show us. Okay. All right. So now when we look at that surface, you're going to see a little crease right there. It won't be much.
well, nobody's gonna be paving in a crease. I know this. You're not doing that. Looks good on paper, but at the end of the day,
Well, you're not gonna tell them to go out there and pave a crease in it. They're just gonna, but the problem is when you have these edges, see, when they go out there and now disregard that part that's out in there, but when it comes across that curb's gonna drop down to low spot right in there. So
we can't move that low spot down any further.
why do you want to
Why isn't that low spot?
if we move it down this way, but to get it back up to the road here, if we move it down in here, that raises this edge and it raises it up higher than this edge.
Well, we don't need to move up the entire edge. We just need to be opposite that corner. And then, right? I mean, we had whatever oppositeness we had from here over to here,
Yeah.
whether that's an inch or 2 below it. And then, hold that profile. And then from here, independent, it's got to move that low spot down closer. No,
Well, we did that before, but when we did that, if you want to keep those vertical curves in there, it's going to pull this back part from, wherever our last vertical curve was. So if we lock that in at, here, let me see. All right, so right now we're coming to there, we're coming down to there, that holds those things back there. Now, if we want to move that low spot there further away, which needs to be up at 275 to be opposite the grate.
I'm sorry, what was that last part, Ken?
I moved that point up to where it's now sitting opposite the grate.
Yeah, yeah,
That's at
right,
269 or so. Where the sag is.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so when we do that,
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta hit some low point because the, the adjoining connecting road is going up the hill.
right, but see,
I mean, I guess in the perfect world, that low spot should be, inch or two or three above that catch basin,
yeah,
directly opposite.
right, but if I pull this, if I adjust this smooth profile to where this low spot is like over in here,
Yeah.
which is really where I want it to be, then it's got to start climbing out of it from that point. Or,
Well, I mean, if that's what we need, uh,
I mean, we could do something like,
right. I mean,
but see, that pulls it back down this way. So the only way to push this way and hold this point is to pull this point up higher. And if we pull that point up higher, it's going to make this edge climb with it. See, if I push this point up,
so that's, yeah,
this has to rise to meet it. And that gets high, that's why it started spilling to the left. So now if I've pulled this back here, let's see what that looks like.
I mean, that other point up there by the throat, I know we had that like level going across. I mean, if that was down lower a couple of inches, as you approach this thing, you're never
Yeah.
gonna see.
No, I know, but this is gonna be, if we, all right, we make that lower, the lower that we make this point over here, it's still got to climb to the road. So it's
Right.
still gonna be here. So it's gonna all feed down into that low spot. And these points over here already exist.
Yeah, but
They're
so
gonna
long
feed
that
down.
low spot is 2 inches above the catch basin,
Yeah,
you
so,
know,
yeah, so let's take a look
so
at
long
this.
as 2, 3 inches above that catch basin, I mean,
All right, we'll call it good. And now, all right, so now if we look at our, what happens to our water? Let's make sure we're not spilling left anywhere. Come up here, we click, we go down to the right and see right now, right there's our low spot along the curb. And we hit in here, now this is gonna, the catch basin is gonna catch it
right,
from there.
there you go.
But when you get right past this break over here, it's all gonna run and stop right there as a low spot. But
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, it
yeah,
heads back.
you're gonna get a little bit of a puddle, or they're gonna, when they pave that, they'll see right now, this is sort of,
So that low spot right now that goes towards the right, I mean, what is the elevation of that low spot?
it is 61492. So it's still above
So that's
this.
6 inches. So that's like 4 inches above that catch basin.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is when it rains here, it goes here before it goes here. See, there's a little,
A little bit of
there's a bit of a little bit of a high ridge right in there. That's what I was putting in that break line to put that little crease in.
oh, I see, I see.
So that narrowed that, it smoothed out that little.
Yeah,
crease.
but that little bit of a mathematical ridge, I mean, you and
Yeah.
it's not visually detectable.
No, and I think when they build that, it's gonna be fine.
The rain, coming down, directly opposite, 8 feet away. If that's the tendency it wants to go, so what? You
Yeah.
know,
And all it has to do, Pete, is it just has to puddle deep enough to cross over that little edge. And you're
I mean,
talking
it's not
about,
going to be, I mean,
no,
it
you're
cannot
talking,
be puddling if it's above the catch basin.
well, except remember when, if I drop a raindrop here,
Yeah.
there's its steepest path. It goes right to the curb face right there. It doesn't go here. It goes here and stops, and then it starts to build up a puddle. But here's what you want to look at. The puddle's only going to be, that's at 614.92. That's at 614.94. So, once it gets 2/100ths of a foot deep, it's going to spill over and go to the catch basin. So
Oh, 2/100ths of a
yeah,
foot.
you're not going to pave that tight.
Right.
So I'm going to call that done.
Okay.
I think we're good for that. Now let's,
No, I think you're right.
next thing we want to do is to set this one. And we're going to set this now on that surface, and we're going to raise it up just about 2/10.
Okay.
And then that's going to spill to these edges, and they'll go from there. So we're going to do a 3D data, 2D to 3D poly by surface model. And we're going to use that pavement, which right now just goes edge to edge. And we're going to select this.
So being that we kind of dicked around with the right side of that edge, do we have to offset that 12 feet to kind of clean up that little island? Mathematically speaking, right? Didn't we kind of widen that or something? Is
This
that,
in here, this part in here.
yeah,
No, we're still close enough to 12 feet in there.
no, we're not. It's gotta be 12.
All right. If we look at this. That is 11.6. Wait a minute, no, that's their border.
Right. We just gotta snap over that thing 12 feet and just kind of reshape that. I mean, it's just that one side.
Where's, let me, I'm gonna turn this, I'm gonna hide this and turn.
Yeah, get rid of that thing.
Gonna hide that. Now I'm gonna draw the center line. All right, so now. $12.00.
And it's all the way up in parallel.
Well, let's,
I know we kind of fiddled with that edge.
well, okay.
Okay. No, that's
no.
all.
All right, so there is
1201. Perfect.
the perpendicular. See, now that starts to curve around, so it's going to spread.
Right.
Yeah.
No. I get it. I
Yeah.
get it. I just
And then if we do the same thing from here,
right. We just
go to that.
12 feet done.
So this is
And then
12.
the right, the left hand. I mean, that we did yesterday. We didn't really fiddle with the alignment along the left edge.
Correct.
Right. Done. Okay.
All right.
Yep.
All right, so now. Where did my 3D go? Why do I have two? That one I don't need. There we go. Now I want to get rid of these. Make sure just got one. Yep. All right, so there's my center line. And if I draw that profile to 3D. Center line. Right driveway. Right driveway. All right, so there's that. Let me show all. And there's now that. That's just the boundary. Okay, so we are good to go with that. And if we now go to our 2D to 3D polyline by surface model, we're going to go on our finish grade. We're going to select this guy here.
Yeah.
Keep existing. Okay, so that's good. And we're going to say apply a vertical offset, and we're going to make it just 0.2 higher. So it'll be 0.2 across 12 feet. It's just going to be enough to pitch it to the curbs over the other side.
All right.
All right. What is going on here? All right. So now that is now in our surface.
So that island now, those elevations are set.
Yeah, it's set. Yeah. Here's, let me show you what it looks like. If we go back to build now, same thing, overwrite the existing. We'll find our polyline. No exclusions. And if we so that's now going to see it pulls that up. You can see the triangles there.
So what's it gonna do? It's gonna push everything from that left towards the right,
It's going to push from the island outward.
from the island outward, along the right side, along the left side.
Well, it's
And then how about from the very face of the building? I know everything was like,
all right. So there it runs down. There it runs down that way. Runs down and crosses and goes down.
good.
That goes
Yep,
down.
yep.
That goes down. And then that goes down and runs that way and down.
Well, that we don't want to do.
Okay, why? It's a curb.
What we want to do is we want to run that water towards the island and then off towards the left. I don't want this thing going up. I mean, everybody's got their cars and shit parked there, you know. This looks fine on the left. We gotta lower,
All right.
you know,
so
we have to
lower
come
that.
off
Okay.
like 2% down from the perpendicular to that building and set that low spot to get that water, you know, away from that parking area.
All right. Uncheck the surface model.
Right? Didn't we have that water? Didn't we have that almost like flowing parallel from right to left?
Yeah, but remember we've done all kinds of changes in here.
Okay.
All right, so if I'm going to go just
Well, we can't direct the water, you know, towards that house like that.
all right, so we're gonna I'm gonna shed from there to there, so this is gonna wind up being low. And remember, we got a high spot right in here. So so that's gotta come down. So right then there, we gotta come down. Let me turn off this.
So we got that high spot on that right side.
Yeah, I gotta turn this thing off. Okay, now. So we got a high spot right in here.
Right.
Okay,
So I
it's
mean,
coming down.
if we came across with that high spot directly across to here, I don't,
Right.
you know, if it's level, it doesn't even matter if it's level. And then have this low spot kind of like right here-ish to kind of direct the water, you know, away.
Yep,
But this also has to be lower, you know, than all of this.
yep. All right, so,
Yeah. So from there, if we came down 2% from that,
yeah,
what was that, 24 feet?
it's a little wider because we're curving away from it, but that's all right. Yeah,
So
no,
if,
yeah, I mean, I get what you're wanting to do. So you want to,
yeah,
you want to shed down into this island instead of having the island shed to the curbs. So that, and
well,
that, yeah, I
no,
mean,
no, I mean, that island is going to be curved.
yeah, I know,
Oh, okay, okay. This
but
point needs to be half a foot lower than this at 2%.
all right, so yeah, so it's gonna come down here and shed to this curb. Now, at some point, it's gotta drop and be
Right,
able to get lower
right.
than the surface. So
Right.
this is gonna look a little strange for you until we get that smoothed out, but we'll work it out. So now, and this part going across here, we can just make level.
Right. From that high spot, we're just going to make that level,
All right,
you
so
know, and wherever that high spot is over here on the left, we're going to make that level.
yeah,
And then, yeah,
all right.
all right.
So let's go back now. Hide, show all. We're gonna set this,
I mean, should that from the front go down to the island? Is 2% too much?
yeah, maybe.
All right. So there's, I mean, like
Yeah,
1%.
yeah, we'll
How
adjust
about
it.
like one and a half then?
Yeah, we'll give it a whirl. Let
Yeah.
me get that,
Okay.
let me get this boundary on here better so it's picking up all those corners. Oh, what the hell? There's something it's not liking in there. If I do. All right, now let's try that. That's better. All right, so now we're going to be matched all the way, well, except we missed that somehow. Let's see. Get rid of. Select that, get rid of that. And that's at 95, 95. Ah, there we go. All right. Now.
So what are we doing here?
Getting the boundary so that we get all of the
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
edges. I take that out and then I don't need those. All right, that's perfect there. Perfect there. Good. All right. Now we're going to hide that. Okay, now we're going to set a 2D polyline from here. Actually, we're going to go from here across to here. Missing this. All right, so if I go from here to there, what do I have in here? That's part of the problem I've got. So if I select the 3D poly, delete that, there we go. All right, so now we're gonna go from,
So where is that high point then?
hang on a sec. All right, we're at 1816, 1813, 09. So that's 16, 1817, 1817, and then back down. So the high point's right here.
And what elevation is that?
18.17.
Okay, okay.
All right.
So we're just gonna go right from there.
Yep. Come on.
Might be easier to go to the center of the arc and just snap it. And then just trim it off. Oh, there you go. Perfect.
All right, so there's that one. And
Right.
we did the same thing there. We'll set that one across.
Yeah. And then where is the, yeah, and
There.
where's the high point over here?
All right, that's 796, 788. 18. 796 to 18. 1801. So right there.
Okay. I thought the high point was going to be more towards the middle of the island. Right? Wasn't that kind of the fantasy?
Well, and until we see, we looked at the profile, if we put it up here, then that pulls everything too low. See,
No, I'm just
Yeah.
asking. I
no,
thought that we had it like directly opposite, kind of, you know.
yeah, but we had to do some adjustments there. So if you look at this left driveway profile,
Right.
see, this high point is right there. Well,
Yeah,
actually, it's where this little, see this
It's
little,
there. Yeah, it's there.
it's right there.
I thought we were going to be more towards like directly opposite the middle of that island.
Well, you can if you want, but if we pull it back there, we're gonna steepen up this side over here. And we're already at 7%.
Well, that's coming up.
Right down here, coming up in here is at 7%, 6.95%.
Right.
Okay,
And then it continues down towards that parking area at what?
then it gets up here and it gets to this high point right there at the crest. And then it comes down here at 2.5%.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be like pretty much kind of like right in line with this thing over there, you know, kind of like matching, you know, somewhat right in the middle of the island over here. But instead, we're finding ourselves here now.
Well, we put the PI, we put the intersection of that vertical curve right there. Okay, so if we didn't smooth out the curve, we'd have a kink point right there. But we smoothed out the curve to go, you know, shave it down so that it has a parabolic fit in there. And so it's, you know,
But
it's
this,
relatively-
yep,
See,
yep.
right in here, it's like less than 1%, but it's still going to flow down to the parking pad. And then it's going to get right to that point right there. And then it's going to start going down to this direction. So right in there is going to be your drainage divide right there.
And that's at station 91.
155. See this right here.
Right. And how far is that? That's 91. And how far is that from that PI?
Well, the PI is at,
Oh, so that's like
like 15 feet.
16 feet.
Yeah.
Right there where that PI is, I understood that was going to be the high spot,
Well,
right? I mean, wasn't that kind of the fantasy?
well, that's where we put the vertical point of intersection. That's where if we didn't have a
Well,
curve there, that's where we come up from the parking pad and we come up from the road and we meet at that point in the air up there where that green
I don't
marker
give a
is,
shit.
where the green
I hear
marker.
you. I hear you.
Yeah.
The high point of the pavement should be right there. Right there where that little triangle is.
Okay, but listen to what we did. We put the point of vertical intersection where that little green X is in that profile view, and that's where you're seeing that marker on on the side. That's sort of opposite to your point there, okay?
Right, right,
That
right.
is, if we came up from the parking pad and we came up from the road and didn't have a curve over there, that's where those two edges would meet.
Yeah,
Okay. But then to shave down that sharp point and make it into a curve, it puts it into this shape right here that you see, and it scoots that
and it
little line
moved, and it
right
moved,
there.
it moved
But
the high spot over 16 feet.
Yeah,
I get it, I get it.
but see, it's real flat right in here.
Right.
It's like 0.5%. So it's just barely, and then it starts coming down. So the effective, you know,
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
It doesn't change the fact of the high point of the elevation being directly opposite.
all right. So look, if we do that, if we want to do that, to bring this purple circle back to being at this station,
Yeah,
this climbing grade is going to be steeper because it's got to come up to here and then roll over. So we're going to be steeper than 7% climbing up that edge.
so from here to here, right? From here to here is like a 2-inch drop.
Well, I'm not seeing where you're moving, so I can't see your mouse. Let's see, where's your mouse?
You see the mouse now?
Yeah, but the pointer is in the profile editor. Okay. And see the
Okay.
crosshairs in the editor?
Right,
That's where you pointed. All right, so
I got it. So if we were to step out of that profile editor, we came across here like at a -2%, right? From this face of the wall over to here.
well, I'm here. Let me get out of the editor. All
That's
right,
what we
now-
did,
All right, now show you. We came across.
right? We have
Yeah.
at the
That's
end
where
over
we-
here.
yeah, but
I'm
that's
sorry,
That's all right. That's where we set.
a fixed point.
Yeah, let me escape that. Okay, yeah. So we set that point that set the edge, that left edge of the driveway coming across from that wall. Okay, so that we shed the water from the wall over to the lower side of the driveway. Okay,
We set this point
yeah,
2 inches lower than this,
right,
right?
all right,
So that's fixed.
yeah,
So then we just gonna come up, whatever the hell that is, and make the high point of the pavement over here.
all right. So you're, all right.
I thought we did that.
We set the PVI, we set the point of vertical.
Well,
intercept.
nobody
Yeah.
did.
Look,
Okay.
if we put that high point there, we put a little peak in the pavement. Then you're gonna say, can't we put a vertical curve in there? Well, we did. But when you put a vertical.
But then we put the
curve in-
vertical curve in and everything dropped
Yeah.
down like 1.5 feet.
No, watch. Yeah, it does, because when you do this.
Well, then we have to keep adjusting that thing until we wind up hitting,
All right, look, right in here now. Where we put that, see that? Right,
Yeah,
see that
yeah, I
right
see it,
here?
I see it.
That right there, that was that point opposite the middle there. We said, all right, that's gonna be where we take from this point, we're gonna go to that point.
Right,
And then from this point down here, we're gonna go to that point.
right.
All right, so that would make a straight line going up to that point and down to that point. And then if you want to shave that down and make it a nice smooth curve, it has to fit this in here so that this grade doesn't change. So that shifted this little crest over point further down here. Now, if you want that crest over point to be back here where that PI is, we have to raise this grade to pull this up, to pull this back. I'll do it here and show you. If I take this now, keep your eye on that little purple circle.
Right.
If I can get that little thing out of the way. Damn it. Let me undo. All right, so if I want to pull this to where this crest point is right through there, then I'm gonna
Yeah.
have to pull this back. See, it's losing. I can't do it graphically. All right, so right now we've got, there's our PVI. The crest, where it quits going uphill slightly and starts going downhill slightly, is not always lined up where that point of intersection is. It's wherever this grade coming in and this grade going out computes it to be when this is a parabola,
Right.
okay? So if you want this to be back over here, then this point is going to have to be back over here somewhere, which is going to raise this point up, this grade. All right, so we can do that,
Yep, yep.
okay? And then what that's going to do is that's going to change this slope. And
So
then
that
what
slope
that's
right
gonna-
now is at 7%.
Yeah, and so what that's going to do then is it's going to change, it would change that slope to be steeper. And then you're going to have between this and this, there's going to be another break point. You're going to want to put a vertical curve in there too. So you're going to be chasing this thing forever instead of, you know, where it is now, it's going to, it'll spill back here and it'll spill back there. And it's going to be, you know, an inch below where that was or something. Back to your left.
I
right.
thought it was understood that we were gonna have that high spot directly in between. Didn't we talk about that?
Yes, and we
Right,
set.
Right.
we
So,
set-
we talked about it and all of a sudden this thing is shifted towards the
No.
road 16 feet.
No, Pete, not all of a sudden. We set that point right there, that green point to be, and if I get my crosshairs right there on it, that's where that point is. That's where when you take the edge from the driveway pad up and from the road up, if you didn't have a curve in there, that would be where those two lines were to intersect. It would be like this,
Right.
okay? That's the high point. But that's, you can't drive with your curb looking like that. You want, you know, you want to smooth that over.
Well, that's why we have the vertical curve.
That's right. So when we had the vertical curve, that point stays right where that was, that point of vertical intersection. But to smooth that out, because this is not the same grade as this is steeper than that. That means the high point's going to slide right here. Now, like I said, we can adjust it and pull this high. So right now the high point's here,
Right.
okay? So if you want the high point to be back here, the high point of the pavement now, that means I'm going to have to pull this grade over here steeper to get up to a point over here where the two lines would intersect. And then when it computes that crest point, you know, we had to keep bringing it back. Now there's a couple of things we can do with that. We can, if we raise this grade up here, this grade that goes down, if we make it the same grade as this grade coming up, it will meet directly underneath the where it intersects. Because it would be just like doing a fillet between two things, and the center of that would be right there. But, you know, these are this is vertical geometry, so these are parabolas. So I've got, you know, I've got this, the little yellow marker there that
So when we said we wanted to be 1 foot above the existing grade that's there today, that 1 foot is now assigned to that PI. Is that what you're telling me?
no, all right, the PI is at station 7437. It is at 1783. The existing ground is 1718. I mean, the pavement is at 1783. The PI is at 1872. Okay, so now the pavement is not up here where it intersects, it's down here. And then that's above that existing ground,
And how far is that above that existing ground?
or right here under this point, it's 0.64 feet.
So the top of the pavement then, the top of the pavement, the existing grade there was what? Is what?
617, 19, 187.
And we want the top of the pavement to be at 618, like 18, 618, 20.
All right, then we have to steepen up this, and then we
mean-
have to go back and steepen this up, and then we're pitching water back into the house. There's no other way
mean,
to find that part.
If this point is fixed over here, right? If this point is fixed over here opposite this wall, and this point is fixed
All right, so
with this
point is
high
fixed-
spot,
This point is fixed here, right?
right?
And then,
You know, and we want to be a foot above the existing grade right there where that triangle is. Surely we should be able to even put like some kind of a little in between. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, it's all right. Look, if we take, right now, we've got a curve right here where this green marker is. If we don't have a curve, it looks like that. Okay.
Right.
But we don't want that on our curb line. We're not gonna come up and then sharply go down again. We want to smooth that over. So we're gonna change that to be, well, let's make it a smaller curve. So that gets back, and then you could even, you know, and it gets ridiculous if you take it down, you know, too small. You see, now we're getting closer. So now we're.
So then either we need to have to change the grade approach, you know, coming into the driveway or coming out. If we want this to be the high spot, 1 foot above the existing grade, that's the criteria. This PI intersection, you know what? You and I are the only two people that even know that this thing even exists. The criteria is to be right where my arrow is, 1 foot above the existing grade. That's the high spot.
All right, so we're gonna have to redo all of this. So that right now I've got this high spot set with no vertical curve right here. And it is right there where that marker is.
Right.
Okay?
So if we have to adjust the incoming and outgoing slopes
Yeah,
to accomplish that, I kind of thought that's what we were doing.
well, no, we set the two grade points coming up here, and they're gonna intersect right there. And then we knock this curve down. Okay, now, see, I mean,
You know what? I'm sensing your frustration. I do. I don't know if you want to take a little break, have a little lunch, you know, we sit down in an hour or so. That's entirely your call. I thought
well,
it was understood, though, that we were going to be 1 foot above the existing grade in the middle of this area. That was what I understood. I understand the concept of the PVI. I do. I understand, you know, there's the slopes coming into it and coming out of it. I do.
all right, so,
I do. That area opposite, that thing is fixed. I mean, you know, down here, pretty much that's fixed up there.
yeah, this is fixed right here.
Right. That,
But when I
That's fixed.
join in, so when I join into this part here, if you want that smooth,
I mean,
Then-
could we not introduce, you see how this thing is here? We have this vertical curve. Can we introduce like another little vertical curve to kind of like tone this down a little bit? It doesn't have to be a direct, consistent slope from the top of this vertical curve to the top of this thing down to this fixed point.
All right. So if I keep that there, I'm gonna set a vertical curve
I mean,
right here.
we don't need a consistent, steady slope from that fixed point intersecting that PVI with the top of that slope. That we don't need.
All right, so I'm gonna leave that PVI where that one is. I'm gonna make this a little shorter. So I'll keep that slope there. I got that slope there. And I'm gonna need to set another one over here. Right in there. All right, so those are set. Now this one, we can do all kinds of stuff with it if you want. See, and it's gonna hold those two main slopes. So I can pull that thing around it now to where we get to where you've got we'll get that crest point back to that
Right.
70, whatever that was, 73. Okay, so now if I hold the station,
So if we fix, I'm sorry,
that's all right.
if we fix this, right? We want to be a foot above the existing grade. We put a grade right there,
Yeah, let me
right?
put this 73. Let me,
And then we see what the existing grade is now and kind of pretty much run along that existing grade to where we come to our fixed point and then introduce another vertical point, another vertical curve.
yeah, I just did that. I put the curve down here and I put a curve out here. So that's gonna hold those two main slopes. And now we're gonna fix this in the middle.
Okay.
Now, watch what happens when we do that. So now if I'm at that, I'm here. So let me have the. Do that. All right, so now I'm here and let's make that. All right, let's make it even shorter. Okay, so now I've got a curve here and I've got a curve here. And that's holding those two curves. Now, if I want to bring that up to where I get this crossover point directly under there and it's a foot above the ground,
Yeah.
then I'm going to need to do this. I'm going to drag this. Let's see now what we got at 73. And we want it to be, what did we say, our existing ground is at 617. So if we want it to be 618, so we're going to lower that now back down. So 73. But it's still cresting a little bit to the right. So if I can see, I'll hold the station. All right, so I got a curve here. Let's just make it get enough room to play with. 15. And this one will make 15. All right, so now to get our point at 73, all we can do is go up and down. So when I go down, when I pull that down, that crest point, now it's all the way out to there, so we will pull it back. We're getting closer to, right now our crest point is right there. So, okay, see it over on the plan view?
Yeah.
All right,
But we're also two feet above the existing grade.
yeah, and so that is,
You cannot just latch onto that little crest point and just drop
No.
it automatically.
no, because it's a mathematical equation to it. It's a parabolic curve. So it is at 619.28. And let's see what that is at 77.703. So to get that to where it tips over that much closer to it, the reference elevation, that's the ground elevation, is 617.2. And it's at 619.2. So it's
What?
2 feet higher. Okay,
What, the pavement?
yeah. So if you bring that down to where we're here, like in the pavement,
There you go.
all right, but now our crest is at 79,678, so 79,678. So now we're that foot up, but you see, we are at, our PI is at 73, our high point's at 79. All right, so we're 6.5 feet away, which to me is, close
So
enough.
from that high point right there, we are now,
Right there, the marker in the plan view is where that high point is.
looks good, right?
Okay. But now
Yeah.
look what so we've got this little bit of a curve in here. Because
All
we're
right,
coming up
so
this-
we could, I mean, at this point, take that, I mean, we have that elevation fixed here at this point. I don't
Yeah.
know what slope, and what slope is this thing coming up on?
2.5, 2.6.
This slope that's going down to the driveway.
Yeah, 2.6%.
All right, I'm talking about over here opposite this wall. What is the slope of this leg that's coming up there?
I just told you, 2.6%.
That's heading towards the road.
Yeah.
I'm talking about opposite this wall.
I don't see your mouse. You mean up here?
Yeah,
That's right in here now. We're at 7.5%.
and that slope that's coming up that driveway opposite that wall, what is that percentage?
This slope down here,
Yeah,
I have to get out of this and see. So if I save that and exit, because that's not part of this profile, that's this.
well, we could make it all part of the same profile, right?
Yeah. Polyline, and let's turn off the elevation. Let's put the direction back on. All right, so that's now that's like flat. So that came down, that's 3%.
How much?
It looks like 3% coming down. So here's,
So that's coming up at like 3%.
yeah, let's look at it in 3D here a second.
And where is the existing ground now on this thing?
So right there's that's what that would look like. So it comes up
and where-
relatively
and-
flat, and then it
and
goes
This
steeper.
thing in relationship to the existing ground today is where?
Whereabouts? Like above the ground there?
You know what?
Yeah.
Could we make that all into one profile and then just kind of,
Yeah, we could, but let me tell you what's gonna happen. Is when you do that, you're gonna wind up, we'll get this nice.
or make a copy of it or something?
And then this is gonna wind up higher than this over here. That's why we had to bring this down.
I understand that. And you know what, if we looked at it, we still have that fixed, point, opposite that wall.
Yeah.
That's like locked in. But
Yeah,
it would just be kind of interesting to see that rise coming up, if that was all one profile, all one center line,
all right. All right, so let's,
I mean, even if we got to make a copy of this drawing and open up a new drawing, not to, fiddle with the integrity of this. And I know we put time and effort into
right.
it, Ken,
Well,
and I don't want to start reinventing the wheel here.
well, it's not just the drawing. We got these profiles and center lines that we got to save too. So if we
Or just make a copy and just move it
that's
over
what
towards the right.
yeah, I'm gonna hang on. So I'm gonna open up my center line editor for my left driveway. And I'm gonna do a save as, and we'll call it left driveway dash old. Okay. And then I'm going to open up my profile editor. If I can get the right thing to go, my profile editor. And I'll get my left driveway profile. I'll do a save as, and call that left driveway profile old. All right, so we
Okay.
recreate those. All right. So now we have a 3D poly there. We've got this polyline. I'll go ahead and erase that. So I've got, that's part of that alignment. And if I look at everything that's here,
Then you go get a cup of coffee.
all right. Okay.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to take our 3D line work here. And I'll copy it from here. I'll put it 50 feet away. Except of course that,
And we should be, okay, so we're gonna save that.
yeah, we're gonna find the correct one here. Now I'm gonna copy that. Take it there, and I'm just gonna go and
I mean, if we save this as another drawing, all those files, all those profiles, center lines would be lost.
they're not lost, but they stay with the same name. So when
They would stay with the same name
they
under a different
maintain,
save.
and maintain those names like west driveway or left driveway, right driveway.
I
So we
mean,
edit
couldn't
those
we put them
files.
in? If we saved it as another Carlson drawing within a different project folder?
No, it doesn't say, I mean, I made copies of them.
Okay, okay.
I did those save as, they're copied, so they're good, we can bring them back, all right? Now, there's what we had before. Now, we've got this center line, we've got this is the one I want to get rid of. And now I've got this,
So now we have one profile.
which goes all the way to there, that's a center line, that's the alignment. But it's slightly different because we had some tangents in here. What is that one? What is this one? That one is the center line that we made. So this center line, we're going to pull that point out to there for a minute, and we're going to see where this one goes. Goes to right there. So we're going to take this and put this where that one ends. And then we're going to delete that segment. And then we're going to take that and throw it away. And we have right now our existing center line is there. So we are going to join this to this. And it missed it for whatever reason. Let's see. Now we're going to join this to this. And it's still not getting it. Elevation 0. Elevation 0. Oh, you know what? There we go. All right. So there we got that. We got a little non-tangent bump in there. We can straighten that out. Or since we're just paving down into here, we'll leave that alone. So we're going to now turn that into our center line.
And
Oh,
that
that-
non-tangent bump, I mean, that's always been there?
Yeah, but it's tiny. It's you're building a stone curb.
Yep.
Okay, it's not like, they're not going to be out there with math.
No, I only
Yeah,
mentioned it because you mentioned it. That's
Yeah,
why I'm
yeah.
only asking.
Oh, yeah. So now, so we'll pick that and it's going to start down here and go to the end. All right, so that's good.
Yeah.
All right. So now we've got our center line and we can straighten out.
All right, so if we go, okay, so this now compared to the existing grade, where is that?
Well, we haven't done the profile yet.
What?
We haven't done that profile yet.
Oh, I thought that's what we were gonna do, that we were gonna
Well, we
take,
are, but we have to build the center line and then we have to go back and do the profile edits.
I thought this, isn't this done?
Well, we had this.
So before, when we had that profile with the existing grade and the vertical curves and all, what was that?
That was starting at this point that we tied and going down that, going to the road.
Is that something that we could do now?
And then we had this that we just treated as a 3D polyline. We did the 3D polyline editor, not the road editor. We didn't put vertical curves in it. We just looked
Maybe
at,
we could take a look at that road editor then.
yeah.
Right?
So, yeah, so
That's now
we-
a center line.
that's a center line. And if we
So
look
if
at,
we go to that, yeah,
and we're gonna call this left driveway whoops, sorry, we're gonna say new left driveway. Okay, so that's starting down there, which was 6/13/05.
so now we're starting this as like brand new now?
Yeah, we'll put them back in. We'll match the others.
Okay,
And then we're gonna insert a PVI, which was, how wide was that apron? Do you recall? 3 feet?
yeah,
All right, so 3 at 6/12/89.
this
Okay,
is the left side of the road here, right?
yeah, but we're starting up here at the house. See, we're starting up here at the house and
I
we're,
mean, all of that is fixed up till this point opposite the road here. Right? We fixed all of that.
we fixed all of this up to where we came across, okay?
Where is that now? Where is that file or where is that center line? I mean, we're starting back over here at 0, 0 and basically reintroducing all of these points with all of these vertical curves. We already did this.
Yeah, except we didn't have vertical curves in there. We just worked on slopes. That's what look, let's go back.
Where was that center line with that opposite, that wall fixed point that we were just looking at, that we just had up on the screen?
All right, hang on a second. Let me.
I mean, all I wanted to do was basically attach the one center line to the other and put that up against where we could see the existing road, the existing grade today.
Well, you can't just, when you do a center line, that's horizontal only.
Oh, okay, well,
So, and then say I can do a profile. I can profile along this. Now, if I do,
so before when we had those vertical curves showing
yeah,
as well as the existing grade, that was a profile?
yeah, that was the road profile editor, and that was showing vertical curves superimposed over the existing grade.
So if we were to connect both of these halves into the one, couldn't we just pop that menu back up?
Well, we could do. Yeah, let's do this. Let me erase that. And let me draw.
Whatever we had up there before we started getting into that high spot opposite that island, what happened to all of that?
All right, we're gonna go from here and we're gonna put the old profile back. All right, so now we've drawn down to our point. And now we're gonna take this. and we're
Right.
gonna move it from there to there.
Right.
Okay. So now we have,
So we
Yeah.
could join those two legs into one profile.
well, yeah, but we had to build the profile file. Right now, the profile file ends right here, right where that.
Oh,
is.
I see.
See?
Oh, so we
So
cannot
I have
use,
to add all of that stuff into here. Now you can do that like this, where you can take, I can create this 3D polyline and make that a profile, then make this a profile, or join those two together and make it a single profile, but then you lose those nice parabolic curves. You get little itty bitty line segments that approximate that curve. And that's fine. you know, but then you gotta change every little vertex. You can't just change those curves. So what we have, looking at it now, is if we have this, I'll go ahead and get this other stuff over here for reference. And then let's add in that existing ground. Okay, so here's our existing ground, you know, with all of the caveats with the, you know, how it was not modeled all that correctly. And you see right in under there, you can see where that had to come down underneath the existing ground. We had to cut a little bit in there. And we're filling in here. So if I turn that surface, let's make it a little bit transparent. Now you can see, you know, the part that's under it's sort of faded color.
Yep, yep.
All right, so right now that's what that looks like. So we come down with that grade, we come down to that point opposite the wall, and then we hook onto that.
And what is the slope of the existing ground today, as it's out there today in the field?
The slope along what line?
Well, along from the proposed top of that ridge line.
Like, you know, from here, if I want to come up to here.
No, I would like to compare our proposed top of the elevation versus the existing grade today.
All right, so if you
From
wanna say-
basically the entire length, from basically from here to like here.
all right,
Is that something that we could do?
yeah, but what we have to do that is we have to build a separate, see, that road editor takes care of building all that stuff for us, but it's limited by the station ranges.
Okay,
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a profile from this one.
right.
We'll look at this profile from that one, and then we have to cut the existing ground underneath all that and make that a profile as well. So we're gonna do that with this. Let me see what we're gonna do. I've got the center line is done. So if I go to profile, I'm going to create a profile from a surface. And I'm going to call that EG total. Oh, no, sorry. Crap, sorry. This is so profiles. Create profile from a surface from the existing ground. Okay. And that's going to be based on the no, here's where I put EG dash total. That's my profile. So the centerline file I'm going to follow is this left driveway. All right, so it's made that profile as an existing ground. Now, to see these design profile, I've got this one here, and then this one is just a 3D polyline. To see those, how they relate to that profile, we're going to have to plot it, I think. So if I draw the profile, I'm going to set my reference center line as my left driveway.
Yeah.
I'm going to add that EG total. So that's what the existing ground looks like there. Now I'm going to just save that. So that's has set that in there now
Right.
as my existing ground. All right. I need to also next make a profile from a 3D polyline. And I'm going to call this one PRK for parking. Okay.
Okay,
And all right, profile from a 3D parking lot, profile name PRK. All right, so it didn't have it. So the PRK. The polyline I want to profile is that. All right, so that's now been done. And then I've got the road profile already. So now when we draw these profiles, we're going to draw a profile. We're going to add, well, first of all, we're going to put a reference center line on the left driveway. And then we're going to add the EG total. And we're going to add the parking. And we're going to add the left driveway old. And then that should be everything together. And if we, let's just draw these at 20 scale, so it'll be 1:1. And let's just see what it looks like. And we'll change. We need to change some colors and such. So this one is, let's see. All right, we need to come back and change some colors and such. So we'll do that in a minute. But I need to call a break.
yep,
About
yep,
5 minutes. All right.
5 minutes, okay.
I'll be right back.
So,
All right,
so
now,
that highway,
all right.
that
well,
highway road
Let me set some.
designer showing us,
All right,
and where is the existing grade on this?
hang on. We got to set some. I got to set some colors here. We're going to go back to repeat that.
And this is not showing the vertical curves, right?
No, it won't show them like the road designer does, but it'll show them, but it won't show.
And will these be
Yeah,
editable?
yeah. But like I'm saying, you're going to get them as little segments. So, but here, let me set this. All right. First profile. We're going to call profile existing. Let's say parking. We'll say roadway. All right. Colors. And green. Parking. And the roadway. Line types. Okay. And then road profile. That. Let's see, do I want? Yeah, that'll be all right. '20, that's good. Grid style. Naval elevations. Okay. Now let's see what this does for us. That gives us that. I need to,
All right, so
now why do I have, all right, there we go. That's on, that's my roadway.
that's the proposed roadway.
Oh, yeah, but, oh crap, hold on a second.
I think we gotta be on that roadway.
See, this thing has to,
Whatever window we had before with that road editor, where we could play with them, where we could play with those slopes, and we could set the elevations.
all right, so here's what we had before. Now this, these are our PIs. Oh, this is the other one. Okay. So here's what we got. This line here is the edge of the parking lot. Okay,
Yeah,
there's your existing grade. Now this is 1-to-1, no vertical exaggeration.
all right.
All right, so
So there's that edge, there's the catch
there's the edge,
basin,
and it's just running up. Yeah, the catch basin is right in there.
there's the catch basin, that's fine.
And then right up here where it joins there, there's where we start coming down from our high point.
Okay,
We hit right there and go on. So you see, there's a little bit of a kink right there, but
all right, so if we put this thing on that road editor, we could correct that.
yeah, but I mean, is it, you, I'll be glad to do it, Pete, but I mean, you're talking about
I
correcting.
mean, I
for
can
about
do
a
this too,
foot.
you know, I just, I think we need to be on that road design editor showing along with the existing grade for this particular profile, for this particular center line.
All right, let me see.
Right? Isn't that what we're trying to accomplish here?
Well, I'm really not, I'm not terribly certain what, see, this, that's the one
That-
that we did that has, now you see these are those parabolas. You see there's all these little bitty points when it draws it. That's why
Right.
it doesn't give us that chance.
Right.
But, so,
I
so
don't think this is, I don't think this is the proper window to be doing this. I think we should be looking at that other window, that road design editor.
So to be able to make that road design editor go, I've got to then put in these PVIs from here to here to here to here. And then the ones that we had for the rest of those.
But we have those already.
Yeah, but it's not a matter, you can't just say copy one to the other. You've got to put them into a single file. Okay, so to do that, then we need to go to our profile editor. Let's see if I can report that. And I'll get it. Let me see here, profile.
I mean,
Yeah, if I look at my, all right, let's look at this design road profile for a minute. See, I'm going to take that left driveway.
right, we had the old one.
There's that one.
Yeah.
Now, what I want to do with that is, let me report this. Well, wait a minute, let me see.
And
now
we
that-
cannot just copy onto and attach onto the end.
Hang a second, that is there, left driveway center line. It's going to be left driveway old. No, you can't see, this is a numeric editor. It's not a drawing. This is just showing you where those are. Now, this is what that is. Now, if I report this, I want station, elevation, vertical curve. And it's really all I need. So there's my stations, my elevations, and my vertical curves. Is that what I want?
So within that road editor, we cannot just, we have two center lines, one for the parking area, and we have one for the roadway,
Right?
is it right?
So
One for
you
the
wanna-
left edge,
Yeah, so you
one
want
for the
to
left.
Yeah, but you can't see, this is a file, a left driveway old .pro, and it's a file in outside of the drawing. Okay, and it
Okay.
has stations and elevations and slopes and vertical curve lengths and
So
all of
this,
stuff with-
so this file is like half of the center line of the left edge of the road.
right. So that's
Right.
one by itself.
Do we
Yeah.
have a file for the entire length of the left edge of the road?
No, because we took that driveway pad and we just edited a 3D polyline to match it up and set our elevations. So
Could we
just-
make
Yeah,
one?
well, that's what I've done over here. When I drew this, I've now have that as a profile file.
But this is not editable
Well,
like that other window.
No, not yet, because when I do that, I'm gonna have to take this and I've got that profile there that I can use the parking area against my total center line. And then I've got to add in the information from this to finish it out. And that's not that hard to do, but I need to report that.
Yeah, we need to have, one file for that entire left edge run, that
All right.
center line.
Okay, all right, so here this is, I'm gonna report this out. And I'm gonna print that, so I've got, is it giving me my,
Would this be able to print to your printer?
oh yeah, maybe, no, not. I don't think so. You're right. All right, so what we're gonna do is this, instead of printing it, I'm gonna put it on the screen. And I'll just put it right there. All right, so those are the things I need to add on into that other profile. So here's where we go. We go to profiles. Design road profile. And we're gonna take that parking lot profile. Okay. And the center line file is this far one now. There's my existing ground. Okay, so there's the parking lot against the existing ground. Now to add these others in, I'm just going to come down here and start adding in this information here,
Okay,
which was, I need to add, that ends at 121.0541. So 121.0541.
want me to add some numbers for you or something?
Yeah, so plus 30 would then be 141,
151.
or thank you, 151.0541. 541. And the elevation there should be the same at 613.55. Or I'm sorry, yeah, 615.8. And the vertical curve is 15. Okay. Now I'm going to do the next one. So 121.0541 plus 73 is 194. 10541. And 618.357. And it had a vertical curve length of 25. All right, so now the next one, I need to add 130 to 121, so 251.0541. Elevation 617.328. Distance of 15. And now 121.0541. $208,094. 329.114. So 329. 148.1. 615.265. And a vertical curve length of 50. And then finally 279.318. 121.0. 400.37. So 400.721. Elevation is 615. Okay, so there we go. Now it's all together. And this is called PRK. So I'm going to save as, and I'm going to call this PRK road edge profile. Save that. Okay, so there we got it.
All right, so station 400.37, when this thing says depth, what does that mean?
That means above the existing grade, which you see the existing ground down in there didn't go out any further than what we see right here. Because the center line stops right there.
Yeah,
So it just sort of extrapolates at that same thing. But that elevation that you're looking at, that 615,
yeah,
that's right there at that corner that we have to keep at that elevation. But
Right,
that
right,
depth,
right.
when you see a negative depth, that's the depth of above the existing ground is where it is. Okay. Now, if I look at that station,
So that red line is now the existing grade.
Yeah.
So if that, so between, so the end of that existing grade, right, at the end of her driveway is,
Yeah.
you know, that difference is what, like a couple of tenths? Four or 5 tenths?
well, I'm gonna look at it right here where. Oh, shut up. Let's see. Let's go to this one, then to that one. Right in there where our existing grade definition ends. It's like a foot above the ground. And I'm reading that up here on this.
Do
blue.
we have the correct, stationing and all that, Stephen? Because it's not a foot above the ground. I mean, it's, you know, a couple of tenths at best.
What you got, what you got down there is, you know, what's the existing ground down here
Yeah,
is. Okay, we got the existing ground. So that's 614,034 on the existing ground, but we set that to 615. Now, this number, that 614,034, that comes from that model of that existing ground, because remember, it was all kind of goofy down there.
yeah, yeah.
And there's nothing to do about that other than trying to
No,
do
no, that's fine, that's fine.
that part, okay?
No, I just wanna
Yeah.
double check, that's all.
Yeah, but we know it, you know, based on like this elevation here is like 614.
Right, no, I just wanna make sure that when we added up these numbers, that's all,
Yeah, so this grate we set to 614, and that's on the existing ground down there.
done. Okay,
All right,
all right.
so now let's get rid of these.
So we have a total linear length of that new left edge
Yep, it's right here.
of 400 feet.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah, it goes, yeah, 400 foot long. And now that goes, let me make sure we've got the left driveway center line. That goes from the house all the way down to the end.
right. It goes past the curb. It goes past the, yep.
Yeah, so
All right, so could we do this like at a 1-to-1 kind of a? That's 1-to-1.
Yep.
Could I just take a look at this?
yeah,
And I can just zoom in like this, right? I could see this,
uh-huh,
right?
Yep.
So there's this, and then we have a fixed point, which is what, this?
I don't know, you're zoomed in so tight, I don't know where you are. No, that was the curve that we threw in there so that you could raise that other point, get that high point back in the middle. Right in there.
So the fantasy is, so this high point on this pavement is now 1 foot above the existing grade. Is that correct?
Well, yeah.
Can we tell that by
yeah,
this? Oh, it
See that right
says,
there? Yeah. So
Right.
0.952.
and the positioning of that high point,
Here, drag the, let's drag this,
okay,
so we can see it now.
and the positioning of that high point,
Is
right
where
there.
the marker.
right?
Yeah.
So that's 1 foot. This is running along,
Yeah, now watch, see the dark blue crosshairs in the profile view?
yeah,
That ties to your marker. I wish you had a different color, but I'm afraid that's what they gave us.
all right. So at this point over here, our proposed road is, a depth of 2 inches, or two tenths.
10, yeah,
Right? And then all of a sudden, here we come, we're gonna be above. This is now a foot. And if we come over to here, this is like flat.
yeah,
And now all of a sudden, we need to add material, of course,
yeah,
until we come to the bitter end.
and then it climbs up to meet the roadway, the existing road.
Oh, that's the existing road, and this is the end.
Or I'm sorry, no, that's not the existing road, that's, it's
This
the,
right now here, that's where we meet up, and that's gonna be 1 foot above that existing, right?
yeah, let me,
So this